Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker.
I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, grievance debate.
The question is that grievances be noted. The member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the grievance I want noted today is the continual encroachment of socialism into the private assets of people on the land. It is done by caveat upon caveat, and under the mask of things such as the EPBC Act, the Environmental Biodiversity and Conservation Act. Now, what we are seeing in the most recent iteration of this is that not only have we lost the value of our assets without payment to the state, but now the EPBC Act comes and puts further regulations that diminishes the value of our asset without any payment to ourselves. To give you an example, we were of the belief that if you paid off an asset over generations and it was free title, that free title actually meant something. It meant that you had the minimum encumbrances on that asset. You could do with it as you wish, as long as it was not, obviously blatantly obscene, such as, I don't know, murdering, killing koalas or something like that. And everybody abided by that. There wasn't an issue. If you go out to the country now, or get away from the city, you'll see overwhelmingly forests, you'll see wildlife, you'll see all the things of nature that was there before closer settlement in 1770. But the government believes that that was not enough. And I believe that what sits behind this is not an issue about environmentalism, it's an issue about socialism. That piece by piece, authority over your land is divested from you and vested into the state without payment. One of the peculiarities at the moment is we were able to clear for fence lines. If we put in a fence line, which we do all the time, for better management of country, to actually exclude sometimes stock from areas that might be of sort of a greater nature worth, you could take the dozer through, the D6, D, clear your line, put up your fence. So you can't have fences under trees because obviously branches fall out, smash the fence, and unless you're there every day, it becomes a continual process. It's just a very inefficient way and the wrong way to do it. But now they're saying that, well, maybe that's not the case, that federal laws will come into place, and even though you're abiding by state laws, you might be abiding by federal laws. However, they gave us the guarantee at the start, Senator Watt did, that this would not be the case. But now we're seeing that the authority of the department, the officers of the department, are basically saying the minister's not correct. We can come onto your place and fine you. In some instances, it'd be quite serious. In some instances, you may go to jail. Madam Deputy Speaker, to show you how perverse this is, on a block that was owned by myself and my wife, we were given colour codes. Blue, you could deal with without having to ask permission. Yellow, you had to get permission before you could do it, but you could then continue on with what you were doing. Orange, highly unlikely that they'll ever give you permission, and purple is likely to go straight to jail. So the only part you could deal with without asking for permission was the blue section of your place. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I got the map of our property, the only section that was blue was my lawn. Outside my lawn, I had to get permission for everything that I would do. So the whole tenor of that asset had changed. No one had paid us for it. No one offered any compensation for it. No one had actually even given a clear explanation about what it was about. And this is perverse. We try to put it into a metaphorical form so that people in a town can understand it. If I was to turn up to your house and say, look, from this point forward, you're not allowed in the second bedroom. You can only go into the lounge room if you've got written permission. and the bathroom can only be used for 2 days in the week. You'd say, well, why don't you just buy my house? Like, you've completely destroyed the value of my asset. And they say, no, this is on an environmental basis. And you look at it and you go, no, what you're actually doing is socialism. It's straight out socialism. And this creates the grievance. So many people now in regional areas just feel that the government is blind to their issues and that the ownership is now beholden to a person in a faraway town called Canberra who's never been a farmer, has no understanding about the sacrifice that's made over generations to pay for an asset, yet they seem to have more power than the person who actually paid the asset off. In fact, their power is backed up by law. In fact, if required, it's backed up by the police. In fact, if it has to, it can get you sent to jail. And this is one of the mechanisms just stirring people up. They're so angry. They're so angry. So we are seeing the EPBC Act come into place, divesting people of our assets, making us basically at risk of a criminal act on our own land that's been owned by our families. One of the perversions of this is a group of people who don't have to abide by this is the intermittent power precincts, the swindle factories. They don't have to abide by it. They just do as they like. Turn up, strip country, knock over all the trees. It's changed now, but at the start, for koalas, blunt force trauma, if they were injured when they knocked over a tree. We would go to jail for that, but they don't. And this is the hypocrisy of it. Completely two different standards. Now, apparently the intermittent power precincts are to help the environment. You will never get greater damage to the environment than what you see under the auspices of the creation of intermittent power precincts. And why is it done? It's done so a select coterie of people can become exceptionally wealthy through capacity investment schemes. That's what underpins it. So on areas on the coast, it's reef legislation. And areas out west, if you don't have a control of regrowth with things such as butterbush and mulga, you actually turn areas into an environmental desert because nothing exists under those trees. In our areas, we have a thing called invasive pine, cypress pine. If you can't touch it, if it just grows up, nothing grows under it. There is no wildlife, there are no kangaroos, there's no wallabies, there's nothing. No koalas, nothing. And it's a change of the whole dynamics of the ecosystem that was never there before. And we're seeing that. We're seeing that as part of the process as well. So what are we going to do in Australia to try and turn the ratchet back? Not keep it where it is, but turn the ratchet from the left back to the right. To reinstall private ownership as a primary part of your freedoms in Australia. That when you own a land freehold, it means you actually own it freehold. It is not a case of you're some sort of tenant on a bureaucrat from Canberra's property. It is actually your place. When are we going to realise that the management of so much of this land over so many generations has left it in a form where if you're going to bring these regulations in now, why do you think the families never destroyed it beforehand? Because they didn't want to. They didn't want to. But now they feel that they are compelled. They are compelled to comply rather than just working with their better angels that these people were never, ever going to destroy what they take as so important as part of their lives. Every Monday morning, I go to the top of the hill behind my house to do sunrise for Channel 7. One of the reasons I do that is to show the Australian people that overwhelmingly the countryside is not desecrated. There's the bush, there are the fields, there are the creeks. It is there. We have managed it. We have looked after it. But what's happening to us now, this is not about environmentalism, it's about socialism. the disdain for a certain group of people that a person can own a private asset and can at a later stage of their life, from their endeavours, hand that private asset over to other members of their family, for them to be the beneficiary of generations of work. I commend this grievance to the Chamber.
Thank you. The member for Richmond.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise in this grievance debate to address the demise of Australia's second oldest political party, the National Party of Australia. It's indeed a sad day when the party of Tim Fischer, Doug Anthony and John Anderson is reduced to desperately chasing votes from One Nation. Because before the rise of One Nation, both the Liberals and Nationals were focused on traditional conservative values, both economically responsible and supporting our democratic institutions. Now, while Labor and myself many times in this place strongly disagree with many coalition policies, there was still a broad bipartisan respect for parliamentary standards, multiculturalism and Australia's post-war consensus that social cohesion and economic opportunity should go hand in hand. Coalition leaders of previous decades understood that leadership requires responsibility and restraint. And while political contests were robust, they were not driven by the kind of grievance politics, divisive rhetoric and culture war campaigning that has increasingly emerged with the coalition's attempts to court voters drawn towards One Nation's agenda. Australians deserve much better than this. They deserve leaders who stand up for working people, not politicians who wrap themselves in the flag whilst voting against the interests of the very Australians they claim to represent. And that's why today we must talk plainly about One Nation, because behind the slogans, outrage, fear campaigns and divisions, there's a very clear pattern, a voting record that consistently undermines workers' rights, workplace safety and the wages and conditions that Australian families rely on. And what should concern every Australian even more is that the coalition is increasingly chasing One Nation down that very path. Instead of rejecting extremism and division, the coalition has chosen imitation. They see One Nation's rhetoric as a political strategy to copy rather than as a dangerous force to confront. And in doing so, they're abandoning the mainstream values that generations of Australians built this country on. Values of fairness, decency, solidarity, and the belief that every worker deserves dignity and protection on the job. Deputy Speaker, let us remember what the Albanese Labor government believes. We believe a person who goes to work deserves to come home safely. We believe workers deserve secure jobs, fair pay, penalty rates, sick leave and protection from exploitation. We believe unions are not the enemy. They are the reason Australians have weekends, annual leave, superannuation, workplace safety laws and decent wages. In contrast, again and again, One Nation has voted against those very important protections. When legislation has come before this parliament to strengthen workplace rights, improve industrial protections or support workers against wage theft and exploitation, One Nation has sided with the big end of town rather than ordinary Australians. They've attacked unions while saying very little about corporate wage theft. They've criticised workplace regulation while workers continue to die on construction sites, in warehouses, on farms and in factories. And they've opposed reforms designed to improve job security and strengthen collective bargaining. But Australians know better than that. We know prosperity is built from the middle out, not the top down. Now, One Nation likes to portray itself as a party of battlers, but voting records matter more than slogans, Deputy Speaker. When workers needed stronger protections against insecure work, where was One Nation? When Australians fought for fair wage increases, where was One Nation then? When Labor moved to strengthen industrial relations protections and close loopholes that allowed labour hire exploitation and the undercutting of wages, where was One Nation then? They were standing against working Australians. And now the coalition is walking down exactly the same road. We're seeing a coalition opposition that increasingly borrows not just the language of One Nation, but its political strategy. That is a strategy aimed at dividing Australians, creating scapegoats, attacking institutions, undermining trust and stirring cultural resentment. Instead of talking about wages, they're talking about fear. Instead of talking about productivity, they talk about culture wars. Instead of talking about housing affordability and healthcare and cost of living relief, they copy the outrage machine. And why? Because they just think it's politically easier. Whenever Conservative parties run out of ideas, they turn to division. It's the oldest political trick in the book. Keep ordinary people fighting each other so that nobody notices who is really benefiting. Well, Labor rejects all those kinds of politics. We believe Australians are stronger when we are united. And we know the real pressures on working families are not caused by the kind of culture war distractions promoted by One Nation. They're caused by stagnant wages, insecure jobs, housing stress, rising costs and years of neglect from Conservative governments. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to speak specifically about workplace safety. Every Australian worker has a right to return home safely at the end of the day. That should not be controversial. But workplace safety laws exist for a reason, because history teaches us what happened when profit is placed ahead of people. Every protection in our workplace was won because workers fought hard for it. None of these protections were handed down voluntarily by corporations, they were fought for. Let's put the slogans to one side and look at One Nation's real agenda, revealed in their parliamentary voting history. One Nation has voted no to the right to disconnect, no to same job, same pay, no to making industrial manslaughter a crime, no to making it easier for casuals to become permanent, no to better rights for gig economy workers, no to better rights to keep transport workers safe, no to more rights for workplace delegates, and a no to banning pay secrecy. And the list goes on, the One Nation voting list goes on. This is a party that has repeatedly voted against measures designed to strengthen workers' rights, lift wages and improve job security across the economy. Every time parties like One Nation attack workplace protections, they weaken the systems that save lives. And the Coalition's increasing alignment with One Nation rhetoric puts those protections at even greater risk. The Coalition now faces a choice. Will they remain a party of mainstream economic responsibility and democratic stability, or will they continue chasing the politics of grievance and divisions? Because Australians are noticing the shift. They see coalition figures amplifying conspiracy theories. They see attacks on multiculturalism and migration. They see inflammatory rhetoric designed to create anger rather than solutions. And they see an opposition increasingly willing to legitimise One Nation's worldview in pursuit of votes. That is not leadership. That is political opportunism, and that political opportunism comes at a cost. Because every time mainstream parties legitimise extremism, they drag public debate further away from practical solutions. Australians do not need more outraged politics. They need secure jobs, affordable housing, reliable healthcare, quality education. They need energy policy that creates jobs while addressing climate change, and workplaces where people are safe and treated fairly. And Labor will always stand up for workers. We're proud of that tradition. We're proud to be the party that introduced Medicare, mandated employer-funded superannuation and delivered paid parental leave. The party that supports collective bargaining and stronger workplace rights. And we're proud to stand against those who seek to divide Australians for their own political gain. Because the measure of a political movement is not the anger it can generate, it's whether people's lives are better because of it. And when Australians look at One Nation's record on workers' rights, workplace safety and economic fairness, they will see a movement that talks tough but votes against those very interests of ordinary working people time and time again. And when they see the Coalition increasingly borrowing from that agenda, Australians will rightly ask, who is actually standing up for workers? Well, Deputy Speaker, the answer to that is very simple. Labor. Labor is the only party that consistently stands up for workers' rights. We always have been and we always will be. And we're committed to ensuring that Australians can access the services that they need. That was seen in the budget that we brought down, one that particularly strengthened Medicare, a vital issue within the community, because Labor's focus is all about delivering for Australians. The Nationals and the Liberals, they're all about dividing Australians and following One Nation and copying One Nation. But we in the Albanese Labor government remain firmly focused about delivering for Australians, whether it's about tax reform, whether it's about housing affordability, whether it's strengthening Medicare. Our focus is on Australians and what they need, not the divisive politics, particularly we see of the National Party as they chasing One Nation down that road. And we will remain committed to listening and talking to Australians and delivering for them, particularly when it comes to cost of living relief, because we know that people are doing it tough. And that's why the measures in our latest budget were specifically designed to address many of those issues, particularly some of the tax reform around capital gains tax and negative gearing. It was well overdue that those changes were made, because we need to help people get into their first home, whilst at the same time we continue to keep delivering assistance for education, for Medicare, for all of those cost of living measures that Australians rely on. It's only Labor that can deliver for Australians and only Labor that can deliver for working Australians.
Thank you. The question is that grievances be noted, and I call the member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A hospice delivers a special kind of care, end-of-life care. A hospice provides an environment that feels like home, with a focus on dignity, comfort and compassion. This is something everyone deserves. But today I deliver deeply concerning news to Parliament that the Fraser Coast Hospice is entering administration. In a statement issued last Friday, the Fraser Coast Hospice Association Board advised that, following extensive consideration and ongoing engagement with key stakeholders and funding bodies, the organisation has resolved to appoint an independent administrator, with the appointment anticipated to occur on Wednesday, the 10th of June. It went on to state that the decision had not been made lightly, but a funding shortfall above $500,000 each year was making it almost impossible to keep operating. Since this announcement, through the local media in Hinkler, on social platforms, at a Chamber of Commerce dinner, and in plenty of correspondence to my elected officers in Hervey Bay and Bundaberg, it has been extremely heartening to see the immense community support fighting for the future of this hospice. Not just since Friday, but ever since its inception in October 2021, I've heard many stories from local families who have directly benefited from the hospice. Barbara told me that her late husband John stayed at the hospice in the days before he died in 2024. John had fought prostate cancer for 15 years. Barbara said in his final days at the Fraser Coast Hospice, he was treated with dignity and care. Bathed and shaved each day. There was space for all the family to visit and for Barbara to stay with him when she pleased. The family played his favourite music and shared stories of beautiful memories. The family pets were even welcome to provide company and comfort. Barbara recalls, as the end was near, John was free of pain and did not suffer thanks to the expertise of the nurses and doctors at the Fraser Coast Hospice. And Barbara tells me that something must be done to retain this important service, not just in the short term, but for years to come. Only last week, here in this place, I pledged my support for this very hospice. Last month, I toured the facility and had a barbecue with the hard-working volunteers. And I also attended a fundraiser where the call went out for more corporate support. But unfortunately, despite all efforts, the funding shortfall has been too much. It would be so sad for my community if this hospice can't be saved. Deputy Speaker, like Barbara, I'm hopeful the Administrator will find a way to address current funding challenges and provide confidence around future sustainability. I commend the CEO and Board of the Fraser Coast Hospice for their transparency and compassionate leadership throughout this transition. My thoughts are with the staff and volunteers who have dedicated so much energy towards the success of the hospice. Local representatives from all three levels of government will continue to work hard together, and we are committed to exploring all possible solutions. Deputy Speaker, I note that it was a federal coalition government through the Hinkler regional deal that provided $7.6 million for construction and an initial operational funding for this 6-bed hospice. But now we must do everything in our power to ensure that this hospice keeps on providing specialist palliative care as it has done for hundreds of Fraser Coast families. Deputy Speaker, in April I met with Lou and Karen from Palliative Care Queensland. I committed my support to do all I can to advocate for improving access and equity of palliative care services, strengthen the workforce and find better ways to fund local hospice and community care services. The situation with the Fraser Coast Hospice demonstrates how the current model needs to improve. The news of the Fraser Coast Hospice comes at a time when in the northern part of my electorate, a separate community hospice group has been busily planning to establish a hospice in Bundaberg. But now they too are asking big questions. Given our ageing population, where will the funds for this kind of care come from in the future? And why hasn't more been done in forward planning? Hinkler is the third oldest electorate in the country, with an average age of 49. Almost 40% of my electorate is living with one or more long-term health setbacks. That's the top ranking in Australia. My community is calling for a fair go, and not just when it comes to end-of-life care, but for those entering retirement, a period of what should be the golden years. Over 65s are being absolutely forgotten by this Labor government. In my electorate, around 26,300 seniors face the prospect of private health insurance bills rising more than $800 per year for singles and more than $1,600 per couple. This is because of Labor's decision to scrap the private health insurance rebate for over 65s. It will leave many older Australians with a difficult choice to cut spending on other essentials, downgrade their cover, or drop it altogether. I've spoken to many people in Hinkler who have worked hard, saved carefully, and paid for private health insurance for much of their lives, something that should be praised and encouraged. If people drop private health insurance, it puts more pressure on the public system, which impacts everyone. Broken promises and toxic taxes are not in any way helping the people of Hinkler. And from private health cover concerns, I step into the aged care crisis. Deputy Speaker, hundreds, that's right, hundreds in Hinkler alone are on waiting lists to enter the aged care system, but the system is broken. Take the supported home options, for example. It's one thing to get assessed, that could take months. Then maybe you get reassessed once approved. Then you can even wait longer to start receiving services. Then there's the costs. The feedback I'm receiving is it's simply not making sense. Then when you can no longer look after yourself at home, you have to make the tough decision to enter an aged care facility. But there are now waiting lists to get on the waiting list. Where are the beds? I told this place 6 months ago that the demand for beds in Hinkler is dangerously high and rising. Aged care facilities are being knocked back for new beds. In the country town of Childers, Forest View Aged Care provides residential care, but 3 times they've applied for more beds and more support through the federal government process, only to be told, sorry, nothing this time, but please keep trying. Deputy Speaker, there are dementia patients taking up public hospital beds while waiting for permanent aged care spaces. How could Hinkler not be high on the aged care priority list for more beds when our statistics show otherwise? It just doesn't add up. The government's refusal to accept responsibility is even more concerning, given that Labor's own aged care failures are driving much of the pressures on hospitals. The current system isn't working. The government must change and adapt. Locals and pioneers of Hinkler are the reason we live in such a great place. They shouldn't be told to move away from their home, away from their family, and away from their support just because we can't find them a bed. The federal government is failing stranded Australians. And you wouldn't believe it, but this Labor government continues to fail our veterans too. Why won't this government reverse the decision to cap veterans' allied health services? Veterans in Bundaberg held a peaceful protest at Anzac Park on Friday, urging the government to remove the uncertainty and reverse the decision to impose the $5,000 annual cap. More than 80 veterans and their partners have already signed a petition against this cruel cap. Veterans should not be asked to bear the cost of Labor's budget repair. The result will be veterans going without treatment, their conditions worsening, and the commitments falling back on their families and household budgets. The elderly in their encore years, the vets who fought for our freedom, the ones who want to live their final days in dignity. These are the ones who've paid a lifetime of taxes and made sacrifices all along the way, and they deserve a fair go. Not broken promises, not barriers, no more burdens, a fair go.
Thank you. The member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I recently had the pleasure of hosting the very first Holt Local Business Excellence Awards. Small businesses are the heartbeat of Holt. Whether it's a cafe, a trade business, a professional service, a family business, or a new startup, these are the people who take risks, create local jobs, support families, and keep our suburbs running. Importantly, the night was also about recognising the support networks behind them, the partners who help after hours, the kids who spend weekends at the shop, and the staff who become like family.
A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. The member for Holt in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I recently had the pleasure of hosting the very first Holt Local Business Excellence Awards. The small businesses are the heartbeat of Holt. Whether it's a cafe, a trade business, a professional service, a family business, or a new startup, these are the people who take risks, create local jobs, support families, and keep our suburbs running. Importantly, the night was also about recognising the support networks behind them, the partners who help after hours, the kids who spend weekends at the shop, and the staff who become like family. I know things are hard right now. Costs are rising, global pressures are being felt here at home, and many small businesses are feeling that same pressure every day. That is exactly why supporting our small businesses is so important. Australia's 2.7 million small businesses are the backbone of our economy. And in this federal budget, the government is backing small businesses with a $3.5 billion in new business tax relief. We are making the $20,000 instant asset write-off permanent, giving small businesses more certainty when investing in new equipment, tools and technology. We are also introducing a permanent 2-year loss carryback, helping businesses bounce back faster and withstand unexpected economic volatility. For startups and innovators, we are introducing loss refundability to help new businesses grow in their first 2 years. And for our 1.5 million sole traders, we are introducing a $250 tax offset to directly lower your tax burden. These measures are about backing the people who back our community. And in that same spirit is what the Holt Local Business Excellence Awards were all about, recognising the local businesses that go above and beyond for our community. I want to congratulate our 5 outstanding award winners. Brian's Gourmet Meats in Lyndhurst, awarded for community contribution. It is a much-loved Lyndhurst butcher known for quality meat, gluten-free prepared meals and friendly local service. They are also a business that gives back, supporting the community through their weekly community barbecue with the local church. Businesses like this are a part of everyday life in our suburbs, supporting local families and contributing to the community around them. Taste of Bharat in Cranbourne, who received the New Business Award. It is a fantastic Indian restaurant on High Street in Cranbourne, and it has quickly become a local favourite. Varsha Hair and Beauty in Hampton Park, recognised for great customer service. It consistently provides exceptional hair and beauty services, making our local community look and feel their absolute best. Red Earth Flowers, awarded for innovation and sustainability. It is a vibrant local florist with decades of floral expertise. They create beautiful arrangements for every occasion, from weddings to celebrations and moments of sympathy and care. And finally, Spinner Yarn, a beautiful local cafe and yarn store in Cranbourne West, run by 2 inspiring mothers, received the Women in Business Award. It has become a warm and creative space where people can enjoy a coffee, connect with others, and share the love of craft. It also happens to be located right next door to my electorate office. To every business that was nominated, congratulations. Being nominated means someone in our community saw your hard work and believed it deserved recognition. That in itself is something to be incredibly proud of. I also want to thank every local who took time to put a nomination forward. And as the federal member for Holt, I will always back our local businesses and stand up for them here in Canberra, because when small businesses do well, our Holt community thrives. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. From the small businesses that keep our suburbs moving to the volunteers who quietly strengthen our community. Holt is full of people who give so much to others. I visited Casey Manor Aged Care to celebrate National Volunteer Week. Casey Manor is a 45-bed aged care home that provides care, support and connection for older members of our local community. I had previously visited Casey Manor during the Melbourne Cup, and the warmth of the residents and staff left a lasting impression on me. So I genuinely was delighted to return for a special morning tea to recognise the 8 incredible volunteers who give their time, compassion and energy to enrich the lives of residents every single day. Aged care volunteers are often the quiet heroes of our community. They provide companionship, a listening ear, support with activities and countless moments of joy. I want to thank the entire Casey Manor team for inviting me, and I look forward to visiting again. National Volunteer Week was also a great opportunity to recognise the remarkable work volunteers and volunteer-based organisation across the electorate of Holt. Whether you serve in aged care, community support, sporting clubs, charities, emergency services, multicultural organisation or local groups, your dedication and selflessness do not go unnoticed. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. That brings me to a fantastic event that took place in my electorate, one that focused on helping young Australians better understand our democracy. For the very first time, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honourable Milton Dick MP, visited Holt to deliver an informative and interactive parliamentary education session to children from the BAPS community in Cranbourne. It was wonderful to see young people so engaged as they learned about our Parliament. The Speaker spoke to them about his role in the chair and how debates are conducted and how we as members make decisions and represent our local communities. Deputy Speaker, civics education is incredibly important. Sessions like this make Parliament feel accessible to young Australians. When children understand how our democracy works, they are more likely to feel connected to it and confident that their voices truly matter. I want to thank the Speaker for taking time to visit Holt and for engaging so warmly with our local youth. I also want to thank BAPS community in Cranbourne for hosting this wonderful session and the vital role they continue to play in bringing together our community, whether it's through faith, service and culture.
Thank you. The member for Monash.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, back in April, we had a joint media release from the Treasurer and the Small Business Minister announcing with much fanfare that small businesses under stress because of the fuel crisis would be shown leniency from the Australian Taxation Office. Now, admittedly, a lot of these announcements shifted the responsibility to industry bodies and regulatory bodies to action, but the media release did say that the ATO would play a role in facilitating leniency and compassion to stressed small businesses. It is not what the sentiment is on the ground. This is not the case. Bookkeepers in my electorate are at the coalface of small business sentiment. They prepare the invoices, they've got real-time understanding for the P&Ls of many small businesses, and they know the debtors and creditors list like the back of their hand. They know what is going on, and as a local bookkeeper said to me over the weekend, small businesses are hurting. The official figures might not show it yet, but we are living in a recession and have been since Labor took power. Most of my clients are feeling the stress and have had enough. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, small businesses are looking to sell, and they have resolved that if they can't sell before the lease on their shop or factory is due for renewal, they won't be signing a new lease. Instead, they'll be looking, in many cases, to close their business or move it online permanently, operating from a shed or from home. You can think of a florist in a town that's already had to put off her staff because customers are being more careful with their discretionary spending. The economic stress that we're seeing around Australia is being felt in every country and regional town. More than ever, clients of bookkeepers are requesting payment plans from the ATO to spread their BAS payments due to bill shock. In one instance, a dairy farmer in my electorate wanting to amend their payment plan with the ATO was knocked back because struggling with cash flow was not a good enough reason. Well, I say to the ATO, that's not good enough, and it goes against the fanfare of the government's media release only a month or so ago. The ATO's messaging is that they will be lenient on small business, but that lived experience, certainly in my electorate, from struggling small businesses is anything but. Payday super starts on the 1st of July, and many small businesses are not prepared, not because they don't know it's coming, but because their cash flow is already seriously impacted and they are in dire straits. In Victoria, it's often worse on many metrics than other states across Australia. The Victorian Labor government, who cannot control their spending, is raking in money through the punitive payroll tax and land tax on top of rising energy costs. I always say that payroll tax is a tax on jobs, and that's why businesses are really struggling. There's a genuine fear that many large international employers in Victoria will close their operations and either move interstate or offshore completely. That's not helping Australian workers. It's not helping small businesses who rely on those larger organisations for contracts. It's hurting our entire economy. I want to say to the cafe owners, the mechanics, the farmers and the retail owners in my electorate, I'm there for you, the coalition is there for you, and we will stand up against state and federal Labor governments trying to punish you. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to speak again about the West Gippsland Hospital. In October 2022, then Premier Daniel Andrews pledged up to $675 million for a new West Gippsland Hospital, telling our community the project had been cost, planned and funded. Well, construction was meant to start in 2024. Patients were supposed to be in the new hospital by 2029. 4 years on, Madam Deputy Speaker, not even a single brick has been laid. The latest state budget delivered only a fraction of the original commitment, with no funds to start the construction. That is an absolute broken promise. A new West Gippsland Hospital should be a tertiary hospital, should be a teaching hospital. I believe that passionately. And that should mean the federal government should be looking to have a conversation with the state government on block funding. I'd be very interested to know, Madam Deputy Speaker, if any request from the Victorian State Government has been made. I think I know the answer. Drouin is the fastest growing town in West Gippsland, Madam Deputy Speaker, and Weebar Road is a classic example of infrastructure not keeping pace with population growth, and I'm passionate about getting this fixed. My state colleague Wayne Farnham and I are doing everything we can to get this funded, and we won't stop until it's delivered. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to talk about sovereign capability in this country. A case in point this week is an article by Matthew Knott in The Age about the import of Russian hardwood timber via third-party countries to help circumvent the high tariffs put in place following the invasion of Ukraine. Now, you might ask why we need to import hardwood timber when we've got an abundance of hardwood forests here right across Australia, particularly in my home state of Victoria. And the Victorian Labor government is the answer. They've effectively shut the native timber industry in my state. We're talking about timber that on an 80-year rotation is harvested and replanted. And in Victoria, you're talking about 6% of the entire forest estate. And so when you're looking at harvesting that, it's really 1/80th of 6%. Timber is the ultimate renewable because it can be replanted. And with significant housing targets, we need timber as an available, renewable, sustainable resource for home builds. And so in the infinite wisdom of the Victorian government, they haven't just killed off jobs, Madam Deputy Speaker, they've limited supply and they've brought in blood timber and jeopardised our sovereign capability. Fertiliser, Madam Deputy Speaker, is another example. We could have been making more of it in Victoria. The Latrobe Valley's got the largest single deposit of brown coal in the southern hemisphere, and that project that was proposed to have a coal to fertiliser project is now up and running in New Zealand. It's a terrible indictment on Australia's sovereign investment reputation, and it's a shocking outcome for regional jobs. On the topic of sovereign capability, I want to raise the issue of the continued encroaching upon prime agricultural farmland from renewable energy projects that should not be in those spaces. Community members in these areas have no issue with renewable energy technology on the whole, but they do have an issue with the complete lack of social licence and the further encroachment on prime agricultural farmland. It's a real issue in Victoria. We've got the Australian dairy farmers, the peak body, who have warned about the overlap of these projects, where there's about 1.8 million hectares zoned for these projects in Victoria. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, food security is national security. And in places like West Gippsland, where you've got prime horticultural and dairy country, that should be preserved for those purposes. Ben Bennett from Australian Dairy Farmers says dairy country is not easily replaced. Australia has comparatively limited areas capable of supporting intensive food production systems such as dairy. Once productive farm systems are fragmented or permanently changed, rebuilding that productive capacity somewhere else is extremely difficult. Making that land available that is special and unique for intensive agriculture is important. I think we should be having a national conversation about this because, as I say, food security is national security. I've had a number of constituents raise this with me, asking for assistance and representation, and again I'll be working with Wayne Farnham, the member for Narrabeen, standing up for our local community. Another point I wish to make briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, is around the mandatory minimum payout terms for superannuation death benefits, because some superannuation giants are just taking the absolute mickey. And I've worked with a number of constituents to help get them their money. It's their money, it's not superannuation's money to muck around with and keep. Many of these constituents are older women, having gone through the profound loss and grief of losing their spouse, to be put through every obfuscating obstacle to get what is theirs. ASIC, the regulator, says payments should be made as soon as practicable. In other words, there is no mandatory minimum time frame on which death benefits can be paid out. A few years ago, there was a light-handed, industry-led code of conduct implemented around the time when complaints to the Ombudsman tripled, and we're not talking about a couple of cases. Over 4,000 Australians are waiting up to 4 years to access their own money. The government said they'd look at the issue of mandatory minimum timeframes on death benefit payouts. That was over nearly a year and a half ago. It must act. The evidence is overwhelming. The ASIC Claims Handling Review has released a landmark report saying that 78% of reviewed death benefit claim files were delayed by processing issues. That is not good enough. Under current superannuation law, a fund may be required to pay death benefits to a person who used family and domestic violence against the deceased. That is desperately cruel. It is wrong. It is unfair, and I say from this federal parliament that needs to change. Lucas Baird in the Australian Financial Review has shone a light on the super sector, and I commend that. But I want to say to the government, we've well and truly waited enough. It is time to get on with it.
There being no further grievances, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. The Federation Chamber stands suspended until 4 p.m.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I recently had the pleasure of attending the Brian Dory OAM Capricorn Coast Aquatic Centre and visiting Corana Crocodile Farm on the Capricorn Coast. They are very different places, but both show exactly what makes our region so special. When we support local tourism and community infrastructure, we create opportunities for local jobs, bring people together and make Capricornia an even better place to live and visit. The opening of the Brian Dory OAM Capricorn Coast Aquatic Centre was a really proud moment for our community. With $13 million in Commonwealth funding, this project has delivered a new 50-metre heated pool, modern facilities, better accessibility, upgraded filtration, shade areas and community spaces for locals to enjoy. It is an investment in water safety, health and recreation and will benefit local families, schools, sporting groups and visitors for years to come. It's the sort of community facility that becomes part of everyday life where kids learn to swim, clubs train and families come together. It is very fitting that the centre is named after Brian Dory, OAM, whose contribution to local sport and recreation has left such a strong legacy on the Capricorn Coast. It's wonderful to see that legacy honoured in a facility that will serve the community well into the future. I really enjoyed my visit to Corana Crocodile Farm, established in 1981 by John and Lillian Lever and now run with their son Adam. It is one of those truly unique local attractions that we are so lucky to have on the Capricorn Coast. From the up-close encounters to the passion and knowledge of the team, Corana is the kind of place that leaves a real impression and shows off the best of our region. I had my grandson with me on the day, and while he was a little unsure about holding a baby croc at first, he soon found his courage and absolutely loved it. That is what makes places like Corana so special. During COVID, I was proud to support the farm through its Adopt a Croc program, and it was lovely to be back to see Mason and Maggie, the crocodiles I sponsored during that time. Whether it's a fantastic new aquatic centre for local families or a unique tourism experience like Corana, these places are incredibly important to our region. They support local jobs, bring visitors to the area and showcase the very best of central Queensland. They give local families even more reasons to stay, spend and enjoy everything our region has to offer. I will always back investments and local attractions that help our communities grow and thrive. I encourage everyone to get out, support local and enjoy everything the Capricorn Coast has to offer.
I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The On-Stattenborough Retirement Village at Leabrook in my electorate of Sturt is not your ordinary retirement village, as I found out when I visited the village to speak to the residents as part of a Q&A session. The session took place courtesy of what is known as the Coopers Club, which is the social group at On-Stattenborough, called the Coopers Club because it occupies the historic former site of the world-famous Coopers Brewery. The club features not only a fully licensed clubhouse offering bistro dining, Friday night happy hours and social events in a space that honours its heritage, it also features kind, community-minded, highly intelligent and politically engaged residents. My attendance at the Q&A session was hugely enjoyable, with questions covering a broad range of topics, including housing, the environment, water, the role of personal accountability, social cohesion, AUKUS and foreign affairs. Led by June Genders, President, and Anne Jensen, Secretary, the Q&A session was not only an opportunity for the residents to discuss issues that were important to them with me, but for me to meet and mingle with them over a glass of wine. I learned the village is home to former doctors, academics, engineers, public servants, mothers and fathers, many of whom are now grandparents or great-grandparents, approaching well over 90 years of age. These residents continue to dedicate their life to their community and family, and this ongoing dedication is something to be cherished, recognised and celebrated. Deputy Speaker, a few weeks ago I had the honour of attending the Campbelltown Art Show in my electorate of Sturt, which is run in partnership between the Campbelltown City Council and Campbelltown Rotary Club. Beautiful and diverse art was on display, ranging from pottery, sculptures, photography, oils and watercolours. Many of the pieces had a red sold sticker on them, underscoring the importance and popularity of art in our community. I presented the Youth Artist Award to Millie, a 14-year-old student from St Ignatius College at Athelston. Millie, who was accompanied by her very proud parents, loves art and paints as much as she can, using her bedroom as her studio. Her winning piece, called Lorikeet, was bright and colourful, with texture and movement reflected in the delicate feathers of the bird. The Campbelltown Art Show also featured spectacular artworks by Matt Cooper, an Awaja artist from the Coburg Peninsula in West Arnhem Land, and who is currently based in the Adelaide Hills. Matt's art, which he produces under the banner of Saltwater Stories, focuses on connecting to country and culture, producing flowing, calming works that tell stories of land and sea. His work is truly beautiful, Deputy Speaker, and I hope to maybe one day have a piece hanging on a wall in my house. Thanks must go to Curator Sue Eliseo, the Campbelltown City Council, particularly Mayor Jill Whittaker, and to Gail Casey, the President of the Campbelltown Rotary Club, for creating such a beautiful event.
I thank the member and I give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The South Australian History Festival has just wrapped up a month of events celebrating people, places and stories that have shaped our state. This year's theme was Connections, exploring links between generations, communities and experiences. More than 550 events were held across South Australia, including many throughout Mayo, bringing local history to life through walking tours, exhibitions, discussions and unique heritage pieces. I attended our Daily Bread exhibition at Mount Torrens. Now, many people don't know Mount Torrens is the only heritage-listed township in the Adelaide Hills Council area, and it captured the town's baking and milling heritage throughout photographs, memorabilia, the most extraordinary collection of rolling pins I've ever seen, and milling heritage. The exhibition highlighted how Mount Torrens, the flour mill, founded in 1853, and the Sumner's Bakery opened in 1903, and helped shape both the local economy and identity of the community itself. More than 170 years later, many of the original buildings still stand, and these buildings are more than historic structures. They are reminders of the hard work and community spirit that helped shape Mount Torrens and continues to do so today. I then attended, Deputy Speaker, the Secrets of the Strathalbyn Clock Tower at St Andrew's Uniting Church, and that is in Strathalbyn in the Adelaide Hills. And it opened in 1849. It's the oldest surviving Presbyterian church building in South Australia and a reminder of the region's early settlement and prosperity. The clock tower records generations who have passed through the district for more than 130 years. Visitors have left their names and dates etched into the tower's internal timbers. I think around 2,000 names. creating a timeline of local lives and stories. And among those inscriptions, the names and enlistment numbers of 3 local young men who were light horsemen who served in World War I. There was a veteran from the Boer War with their name, and many young men who went off to serve in World War II. Connections and the sacrifices made of earlier generations. Community fundraising is underway to help restore the clock tower and preserve these important pieces of local history for future generations. And I'm very keen to work with the Strathalbyn community, and particularly the committee, to see how we can maybe connect into some Department of Veterans Affairs grants to try and preserve these names, this social history that's so important to all of us. The South Australian History Festival is a fantastic celebration of our heritage and how it connects us to our communities, and the events at Strathalbyn and Mount Torrens were excellent reminders that local history remains very much alive today. Thank you.
And I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Climate Change and Energy and Emergency Management.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Health is not only the bedrock of individual wellbeing, it defines the quality of life within our families and across our communities. And I know it matters enormously to the people I represent. I've often said that the most important things are the things we share, and that's because those common features of Australian life are the manifestation of our principled commitment to fairness, fair pay and working conditions, a first-rate public education system, the protection of our environment, the social safety net and community infrastructure and facilities. And needless to say, a high-quality public health system is right at the top of that list. And that's why Labor fought to create Medicare and the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, both of which are distinctive features of our way of life in Australia. Just as Labor created the age pension and compulsory superannuation and the National Disability Insurance Scheme and the National Broadband Network. But keeping our public health system strong and effective has to be a perpetual focus of good government, because the needs of our system change as Australians live longer and as we embrace new diagnostic and treatment technologies. That's why the Albanese government has done what Labor governments always do: make our health system stronger and more responsive to the needs of the Australian community. That's why we've made the biggest investment in Medicare in a generation, lifting bulk bill GP care to 90% by 2030, including through the creation of new dedicated bulk billing clinics like the ones that have opened this year in my community in Jandakot and Hamilton Hill. That's why we'll shortly complete the delivery of 137 Medicare urgent care clinics, including the clinic in Beliar that has been one of the most effective in the country. That's why we've delivered a new women's health package with new endo and pelvic pain clinics and a long-belated focus on perimenopause and menopause. And it's why we've reached a new agreement with the states and...
have his words, please. Thank you.
Yeah. It's why we've reached a new agreement with the states and territories to provide an additional $25 billion to funding public hospitals. And Deputy Speaker, my family has had an unusual 6 months with 3 separate hospitalisations. My mum had a major cerebral hemorrhage last November, and as a result spent time at Sir Charles Gardner Hospital, and then at Fiona Stanley Hospital, and then finally with the amazing crew at Freo Hospital. In January, my daughter was hospitalised with a heart condition, and last month my dad was hospitalised after a fall. I am incredibly grateful for our public hospital system. I want to express my family's gratitude for the expertise and phenomenal care that doctors and nurses and technicians and orderlies and cleaners and a range of other support staff provide. It's of course life-saving and life-restoring work that these people contribute to our health, and it's also a labour of love, and it's a service that any Australian can access without concern for their financial circumstances with their Medicare card. That is not the case in a vast majority of other countries. It's a special feature of Australian life that Labor fought to achieve and that the Albanese government is working to keep strong.
Thank the member, and I give the call to the Leader of the Nationals in the House.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And despite being talked about for more than 40 years, plans to build a bypass on the Princes Highway around Traralgon have stalled due to a lack of action by the Labor Party at both state and federal level. Now, today I'll be submitting a petition to the Federal Parliament, which has been signed by more than 1,300 Gippslanders who want less talk and more action on this project. At the 2025 federal election, the Coalition promised to provide $5 million to work with the Victorian Government to finalise the design, the approvals and the costings of the proposed Traralgon bypass. Without a final design, Deputy Speaker, we can't move to costings and construction work, but the Labor Party isn't interested, despite the social, economic and environmental benefits the bypass would bring. Deputy Speaker, as the petition notes, in 2009, the Latrobe Planning Scheme formalised a route for a proposed Traralgon bypass on the highway. Regional Roads Victoria undertook a planning study for the bypass on behalf of the Victorian Government between 2017 and 18, and the project is supported by local councils right across my electorate. Providing a Traralgon bypass would reduce congestion, it would improve safety and productivity, it would increase livability for locals, and it would boost the visitor economy in Gippsland. Now, Deputy Speaker, I've written to the state government yet again to encourage the Labor Party to act. They need to act first before the Commonwealth will take any action on this project. Now, according to the Transport Victoria website, it's undertaken studies, including extensive transport modelling to understand the likely impact of bypass on local roads now and into the future. They also claim to have engaged with key stakeholders, including local government, businesses, the freight industry, landowners and the community, to understand the current issues with the Traralgon road network and the likely benefits and impacts of building a bypass. They also claim to have reached 88,000 people through various engagement measures. But they've never released a report, Deputy Speaker. Instead, we get excuses and platitudes about the final route requiring more information due to the existence of the Loy Yang mine. Now, I've spoken to the mine operators. That is complete and utter bureaucratic bulldust, Deputy Speaker. Nothing is getting any cheaper in Victoria by waiting for this Labor government to build anything. Obviously, any proposal to build the bypass at some stage in the future will require a significant financial contribution by the Commonwealth Government, and we need more information. There's now 15 intersections involving roundabouts and traffic lights. To get through Traralgon, it takes somewhere between 15 and 20 minutes and much longer during peak times. Building the bypass would also create much-needed jobs during the major construction phase, which is envisaged. Now, the full highway duplication to Sale has been completed primarily through the 80% funding provided by the former coalition government, and the next highest road transport infrastructure project in our region is to bypass Traralgon for the reasons I've described. As the freight volume grows, Deputy Speaker, it's becoming increasingly a point of delay and also having impacts on the amenity and the safety of local residents in Traralgon. Finally, there are potential disaster benefits associated with a well-designed bypass because a study undertaken by the West Gippsland Catchment Management Authority in 2016 recommended the construction of a retarding basin upstream where the proposed bypass is planned would also form part of a crucial element in mitigating floods which can emanate from the Traralgon Creek. The time for action is now, Deputy Speaker.
I give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There are now 37 100% bulk billing clinics in the electorate of Bendigo. It is a huge achievement and something that I'm very proud that our government has delivered. And to put that into context, prior to the 2022 election and Labor forming government, there was just one in the entire electorate of Bendigo that was still bulk billing. Today, as I stand here today, there are now 37. Majority of people in Bendigo electorate being able to access bulk billing. One of the clinics that I recently visited, the Bendigo Doctors Medical Centre, it is conveniently located at the Bendigo Marketplace, which is our main shopping centre in Bendigo and in the region. It too is a 100% bulk billing medical practice. What makes it unique is two reasons. First, it is open 7 days a week. We are seeing our bulk billing incentives encouraging doctors, the numbers stack up for them to open on Saturdays and Sundays, taking the pressure off our ED department and our urgent care centre. But what also makes this clinic unique is 4 years ago, it did not exist. 4 years ago, before Labor was elected and formed government and changed the rules, invested in Medicare, this clinic, which is delivering bulk billing services 7 days a week, did not exist.
We have a division in the House of Representatives, and the proceedings will be suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. Proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division's subsequent divisions. And I call the member for Bendigo on continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On April 27, I was proud to stand alongside the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence Industries, the Honourable Pat Connery, to announce that the Albanese Labor government will be investing a further $750 million into building more Bushmasters in Bendigo for the Australian Defence Force. Built in Bendigo by Thales Australia, Bushmasters are an iconic Australian vehicle that delivers world-leading protection for the Australian Defence Force. We've all heard the stories from returned soldiers and Australian veterans that speak volumes to the importance of this vehicle, its unique design and how it saves lives. But this contract is more than just building vehicles that the Australian Army need. This contract also secures the workforce at the site for at least the next 7 years and the jobs that are in the supply chain. The contract to build 268 new Bushmasters at the Bendigo facility will allow the site the opportunity for the first time in decades to invest in the next generation. There are already plans to recruit and train the next generation of apprenticeships at this site. This is what Labor governments do. We invest in jobs, we invest in people, and we invest in defence manufacturing, not just in Bendigo, but throughout Australia.
I thank the member and I call the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, next next month is the theme. Men's Health Week is later this month with the same theme of See Your GP, an important message to a group of Australians who statistically ignore their health concerns. On the whole, men don't book in their regular checkups. Instead, they opt for "she'll be right, mate." And this has got to change. But tragically, in regional areas, See Your GP is becoming impossible. Just this week, a 45-year-old constituent who lives in Port Macquarie contacted me. He went to book a checkup with his regular GP and was told that the books were closed. But when he said, "I'm an existing patient," he was told that because he hadn't been there for the past 2 years, he'd been removed, a rule that has been brought in due to rampant demand. He tried another 4 centres only to get the same story. He finally found an available appointment with a doctor he'd never seen before, but to get that slot he needed to wait for 2 weeks, and he eventually gave up. This was in Port Macquarie, an attractive regional city, and yet we can't attract enough GPs. We urgently need fairer distribution of skilled migrants, better incentives for our young people to become GPs, and better motivators for GPs to train in regional areas. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to James Thomas Dunn, who tragically and suddenly passed away on 12 May at the age of 54. James was a husband to Pauline, a father to James Jr. and Georgia, who he loved dearly. He was incredibly proud of their achievements and always spoke of their times together and their latest holidays. He left little doubt in anyone's mind that his family came above all. His love and his respect were also always on display for his mum, Catherine, and dad, Jim. James was also a giant in the business community. At the time of his passing, James was the managing director of Expressway Spares, which started in 1964 by James's grandfather and now employs several hundred people in regional Australia. As a reflection of the man he was, James knew the names of every single employee and treated them as family. To his mates, James was a character, always laughing, having a joke, or wearing his notorious fluoro Speedos on Lighthouse Beach on Christmas Day. And he was always there to lend a hand or lend an ear. Our thoughts go to James's family, friends and colleagues at Expressway Spares. James's funeral yesterday made me want to do better and be better. Like James, he will be missed. Vale, James Dunn.
Thank the member, and I call the Minister for Defence Industry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government wants to help more young people realise their dream of home ownership. And I'd certainly like to see more people in my electorate, individuals, couples and young families in Lake Macquarie and on the Central Coast get ahead. We know it's tough right now, and that's why this government is delivering on our commitment to help more people with the costs of renting and buying a home. We need to act and change the system. We know that house prices have risen 400% over the last 2 decades, twice as fast as income. Home ownership is down 7 percentage points for young people. That's why housing was a key feature of the budget we handed down in May this year. Labor is taking decisive action to boost housing supply, make our tax system fairer to help more people into home ownership, build on our work over the last 4 years to deliver more houses and provide rent relief to those doing it tough. When you work hard and save, you should be able to buy your first home. Saving a deposit is just the first hurdle for new home buyers. By introducing a fairer tax system combined with our 5% deposit program, we're helping more people in my electorate, in fact across the country, buy the first home. Since we came to government, Deputy Speaker, 1,261 people in Shortland have bought their first home thanks to Labor's 5% deposit scheme, and I look forward to seeing this number grow. Nationally, we're investing a further $2 billion to see more homes delivered more quickly. This includes helping fund the infrastructure needed to get them built, like water, power and roads, cutting red tape and speeding up housing approvals, and boosting the skilled construction workforce. But right now, first home buyers are being priced out of the market by property investors backed by tax breaks. We're levelling the playing field for first home buyers with a fairer tax system. We're banning foreign investors from buying existing homes until the middle of 2029, and we're returning to indexing capital gains for established dwellings and redirecting investment into new builds. We're also delivering more social and affordable homes in Shortland through the Social Housing Accelerator program, and we're helping more people to rent. We've increased Commonwealth rent assistance by 50% since 2022. This means almost 11,000 people in my electorate are benefiting from this rental support, and we're continuing to work with our state counterparts to strengthen renter protections and expand long-term rental supply. Deputy Speaker, all these measures combine to present a responsible and, yes, ambitious package to solve the current housing challenge. We're investing in the future of young people throughout the country, but especially in Lake Macquarie and on the Central Coast, so they can fulfil their rightful aspiration to own their own home.
Thank you, Minister. I call the member for Barker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, earlier this year in my electorate we recognised an important milestone. It was the 40th anniversary of Generations in Jazz, which is a festival that takes place in my electorate every year and has in fact taken place since 1987. It's developed into the nation's premier youth music events, bringing together thousands of talented young musicians from across Australia and New Zealand. Each year, more than 5,000 students travel to the Limestone Coast to perform, to compete, to learn and share their passion for jazz. For one weekend, Mount Gambier and surrounds becomes a national meeting place for young people. They're united by their creativity, their discipline, and most importantly, their love for that best of music styles, jazz. These students have the opportunity to perform before leading industry professionals, attend workshops with world-class musicians, develop skills that will stay with them for a lifetime. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's band camp, but better. Many participants and scholarship winners have gone on to successful careers in music. Just as importantly, countless young people leave the festival with a greater confidence, new friendships and unforgettable memories. This festival is a tremendous boost for Mount Gambier and surrounds. It fills our streets, accommodation providers, restaurants and local businesses with visitors from all corners of the country. It showcases the very best of regional Australia and demonstrates what can be achieved when a community comes together to support young people in the arts. And undoubtedly, Madam Deputy Speaker, the highlight is the largest tent erected in the Southern Hemisphere each year, housing 6,000 excited students for a concert listening to world-class jazz on the Saturday evening. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also wish to recognise the volunteers who go above and beyond in my electorate, having recently acknowledged them during National Volunteers Week. This year, through my Barker Volunteers Awards program, an extraordinarily 139 volunteers were nominated by their peers, their friends, their colleagues and community organisations otherwise. These nominations came from right across the electorate, highlighting the incredible depth of generosity that exists throughout Barker.
Whether it's supporting sporting clubs, emergency services, schools, charities, aged care services, community groups or local events, volunteers are the backbone of all regional communities. They give of their time freely, often without seeking recognition, simply because they care about helping others and making their communities better places to live, work and raise a family. Every one of those 139 nominees represents countless hours of service and dedication. Every nomination tells a story of kindness, leadership and community spirit. Thank you again to every single volunteer who gives of their time in my electorate in the support of others.
I call the Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to talk about the important investments in infrastructure that the Albanese Labor government is making in Tasmania and particularly in my electorate, over $2 billion statewide. And today I want to focus on three particular ones in my electorate. We have allocated more than $60 million to deliver the Algona Road separated interchange and duplication of the Kingston bypass from Algona Road to the Huon Highway in Kingborough. This area of Kingston bypass and the roundabout there is known as the Fork in the Road, and it's certainly one of the more difficult roundabouts in southern Tasmania. And certainly the Algona Road upgrades I know will be welcome by lots down in that part of my electorate, and it will see the construction of a roundabout at the intersection of the Algona Road and Channel Highway, and as I said, the duplication of the Kingston bypass. And of course I was the local member when we first delivered the first tranche of the Kingston bypass, and it was very pleasing to deliver that and to be able to deliver this duplication, particularly as the town of Kingston and the Kingborough region is growing at a fast pace, and certainly we want to see more homes in that area and a whole new subdivisions continue to be opened up in that area, and I know that it will be greatly received by the local community. One of the other upgrades is the Rokeby Road South Arm Highway upgrades that will deliver much needed duplication and of course the intersection there near the Lauderdale Primary School where the South Arm Highway and Acton Road intersect, and certainly hearing from the local community for many years now, it's terrific to be able to be part of a government that will deliver from the federal government's perspective funding for this notorious intersection, and I certainly look forward to the Tasmanian State Government delivering on this important commitment. We've also, of course, investing and continue to invest in the Mornington Roundabout. This has been ongoing for some time, the Mornington Roundabout. I first committed to it 2 elections ago, and it's great to see the Tasmanian State Government finally getting on with the job there, and the Council as well. I know that there's been some discussion and to and fro between the Clarence City Council and indeed the Tasmanian State Government, and I've said repeatedly to the Tasmanian Minister I will continue to advocate and I'll continue to remind you that they need to get on with building the on-off ramps into Rosny, which will take some pressure off the Mornington Roundabout, and then deal with the intersection at the Mornington Roundabout. As I said, this has been going on for many years now, and frankly the State Government and the Council need to move faster, and I'm getting incredibly frustrated, as are local residents. This roundabout is absolutely diabolical, and it's known as one of the worst in Tasmania, this intersection between these two major highways, and certainly we want to see these safety upgrades. Sadly, we have had motorists have accidents and die in this area, so it does need to be done, and the Tasmanian State Government really do need to get on with it, and I look forward to being part of a government that actually delivers on this with the Tasmanian State Government.
Thank you, Minister, and I call the member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Australian public are now aware that they are being fleeced by their government to the tune of $77 billion in new taxes. But the moral case that the government's been making is that somehow this is pro-aspiration, or the taxes are for the benefit of ordinary people. Nothing could be further from the truth when we look at the example of testamentary trusts and the actions of the government in imposing a 30-cent tax on testamentary trusts. And sometimes people confuse these trusts with other forms of trusts, but a testamentary trust is obviously something that lays dormant till a person dies and the executor sets up the trust after the person's death. They primarily are used and advantage low-income people. And the changes that the government is proposing to tax these trusts threaten vulnerable people, children, people with disability, women, and they haven't taken into account the issues. And you get some odd looks from people over there, some faces. But let me tell you a little bit about testamentary trusts and some of the problems that the government is creating here. They are not exclusive vehicles. You cannot introduce new assets into these trusts, very different from family trusts. And the government saying that discretionary trusts are no longer available, they have to be fixed, isn't taking into account the law that fixed trusts, of course, under the Tax Commissioner's rulings, will be in family law proceedings. So if a man dies and their female spouse inherits, all of them under a testamentary trust, under the government's changes, a fixed trust would be included in new divorce and family law proceedings, whereas a discretionary trust cannot be. This is critically misunderstood by this government, and we have a lot of female members from this other side here. They should be paying attention to this. The beneficiaries of testamentary trust in Australia are people earning less than $45,000 from other sources. These people stand to lose access to the tax-free threshold and the lower marginal rates that you get from the current arrangements. This means groups, widows, let's go through this again, widows, again, women live longer than men, primarily women, orphans, single and double orphans, minors raised by grandparents, retirees. A lot of disabled people are now being looked after by testamentary trusts because, as we know, the NDIS cuts out. The government has no plans to include older people or older people with disability into these NDIS arrangements. I think the government needs to look at this. When they say rich people are going to suffer and ordinary people are going to benefit, nothing could be further from the truth when you look at testamentary trusts. In fact, the changes that the government is making across the board, blanket, typical socialist policy, we're just going to give everybody more tax. We don't care about the diversity of actual economic life. Testamentary trusts are a prime example of the vulnerable using financial mechanisms available and incentives to make sure look after vulnerable people. And I welcome the fact that the Prime Minister, to newsflash for the members opposite, said he's going to exclude vulnerable people. Vulnerable people need to be excluded, and testamentary trusts need to be excluded from this budget.
Thank the member for Mitchell, and I call a member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For decades, people across Torquay and the Surf Coast in my electorate of Corangamite have dreamt about an aquatic and recreation centre that would meet the needs of a growing community. Today, that dream is about to become a reality. Construction of the Wordie Bayer Aquatic and Recreation Centre is now at a significant milestone, with all 3 indoor pools, the 25-metre pool, learn-to-swim pool and warm water pool, now fully tiled. At 75% complete, we remain on track to open the doors of this amazing facility next year. Deputy Speaker, this achievement is about much more than bricks, tiles and concrete. It is accumulation of generations of community advocacy. The campaign for a pool in Torquay stretches back to the 1950s and 60s, when local groups first began lobbying for swimming facilities. In the decades that followed, there were communities working on committees, feasibility studies, public meetings, petitions and consultations. Again and again, local people made the case that their growing communities deserved a facility where people could learn to swim, stay safe in the water, rehabilitate from injury, improve their health and well-being and come together. The game changer came when the Surf Coast Shire councillors voted to reserve land for a pool right in the heart of Torquay's civic precinct. As a councillor at the time, this was a pivotal moment, led by former councillors Dean Webster and Rose Hodge. It was the catalyst to significant federal and state funding. It's funding that will soon deliver a 25-metre pool, gymnasium, warm water pool for rehab, learn to swim, allied health suites, sauna and spa and a splash park. Deputy Speaker, this investment matters. It will leave a lasting legacy for rapidly growing townships like Torquay, Armstrong Creek, Grovedale and many coastal communities. And when the doors open in 2027, families will swim in these pools. Children will learn vital water safety skills. Older residents will participate in warm water exercise programs, and community members of all ages and abilities will enjoy the benefits of a modern recreation facility. Few in the community may know the full history of how this project came to be, but they will be the beneficiaries. I thank all those who spent decades advocating for this centre, and I look forward to seeing the Wordie Bayer Aquatic and Recreation Centre open its doors and serve the Surf Coast community for many generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, member, and I call the member for Cook.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge the Cronulla RSL Club and the Cronulla RSL Sub-Branch for organising War Animal Day. It's a commemorative service that honours the animals that have served alongside Australians in conflicts. I want to particularly thank Bradley Bishop, the Acting CEO of Cronulla RSL, John Brown, the President of Cronulla RSL, and Corey Rinaldi, the President of Cronulla RSL sub-branch, for their commitment to ensuring this important act of remembrance continues. This story of service is not only a human one. Throughout history, animals have supported our defence forces in very extraordinary ways. They also provide companionship and comfort to some of the most difficult conditions imaginable and after the fact. Recently, I met with Manic, a Belgian Malinois who served in the Commando Regiment in the Special Operations Command. Now, Manic had returned back to Australia after serving in Afghanistan with a commando and had been discharged. This commando was looking after this animal, and it was more than an animal to him. It was a partner. It had been in Afghanistan saving people's lives. But I was very disappointed to learn that Manic's veterinary bills are not covered, nor is any service animal that is discharged. Yes, we look after the veterans, but we do not look after their animals. There's only a few animals who are discharged, and the cost is left to our veterans to keep them serviced and in good health. Now, I'll be writing to the Minister for Veterans Affairs to fix this injustice for not only the animals, but for the commandos who served alongside them. I'd also like to recognise an outstanding member of the Cook community, Vishnesh Nikar from the Caringbah Customer Fulfilment Centre at Woolworths. Vish has recently received the Customer Fulfilment Centre Leader Award at Woolworths 2025 for the Team Member of the Year. That was across all of New South Wales. It's a significant achievement that recognises the exceptional leadership of Vish and also how well the Caringbah Woolworths has done. Congratulations, Caringbah Woolworths. To Vish and the entire team at Caringbah, your work matters, your leadership matters, and your contribution to our community matters. Finally, I want to acknowledge a wonderful group from Cronulla, the Oak Park Jelly Beans. This group of women meet at sunrise for swims at Oak Park Rock Pool, showing the best of our local way of life: friendship, resilience, good humour and community spirit. Their story has recently reached a much wider audience through social media after Mia Ross began sharing videos of the group's winter swimming adventures with her grandmother, Robin Winton. What started as a local ritual has become something that many people are connected with, a reminder community is often built by simple, joyful moments. Congratulations to these women.
I call a member for Griffith.
Deputy Speaker, today marks World Eating Disorders Action Day, and this year's theme is Stop Stigma, Start Care Together. More than 1.1 million Australians experience an eating disorder each year, and more than 1 in 10 will experience one in their lifetime, our neighbours, friends and loved ones. In Queensland, the past decade has seen a near threefold increase in people accessing eating disorder-related health services and a fivefold increase in outpatient contacts, reflecting growing community need. Based in South Brisbane, in my community of Griffith, Eating Disorders Queensland provides therapy, peer support and connection for people in recovery, their carers and loved ones across the state. Recently, I met with their CEO, Belinda, to hear about her team's extraordinary work and the importance of sustainable community-based support. Belinda's message was clear: early intervention is the best care. Deputy Speaker, Belinda shared with me the story of one 62-year-old woman supported through Eating Disorders Queensland's Bite Early Intervention program. This story shows how long people can live with distress before finding that care. This lady's challenges with food began when she was just 19 years old. In the early 1980s, surrounded by harmful expectations about weight and appearance, she developed bulimia after experiencing judgment about her body, including being told to lose weight before beginning a course to become a waitress. For the first time, changing her body brought praise and a sense of acceptance. Even happy memories became tied to the message that she was more worthy when she looked a certain way. Decades later, during a period of severe mental illness, she began experiencing binge eating. As her mental and physical health declined, she felt trapped, using food to punish herself. For years, she did not seek support. It was only when a psychologist recognised that her eating behaviour may be connected to a deeper distress that she found Eating Disorders Queensland. Through Bite, she was connected with a care navigator, a practitioner and lived experience workers. She came to understand that she is not alone, that eating disorders can affect anyone in any body, and that recovery was possible. She said that without the opportunity to be accepted into the program, she probably would not be here. In her words, the support gave her the mental strength to keep going. She said, "It changed my desire to live in this world and to be understood and heard. It helped me to understand the correlation with food and mental health. It's real. If I have not had the opportunity to come and be accepted into this program, I probably would not be here. It gave me mental strength to keep moving forward and not giving up on myself." Deputy Speaker, that is the power of compassionate, community-based care. Eating disorders do not have one face, one age, one gender or one body type. Yet too many people are still held back by cost, stigma, shame or the belief that they are not sick enough to deserve help. Deputy Speaker, I am proud that the Albanese Labor government's latest budget commits a further $4.4 million to extend support for people living with eating disorders and their families, and $600,000 for a national platform bringing together prevention and treatment resources and standards.
Thank the member, and I call the member for Page.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge and congratulate two competitors from the Grafton Athletics Club and their recent success at the Australian Athletics Championships held in Sydney. William Tate, who competed in the 400 metres hurdles, finished second with a qualifying time of 52.38 seconds, which achieved the world junior standard, and he now holds the second fastest under-20s time in Australia. William's now been selected to represent Australia in the 400 metres hurdles at the under-20s World Junior Athletics Championships in Oregon, USA this August. Congratulations, William. And to Annika Swift, who made the 100 and 200 metre finals at the championships. Annika also ran the anchor leg in the 4x100 metre mixed state relay team and powered the team home to win gold and secure the Australian title. Congratulations to Annika. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to congratulate under 15-year-old Ayla Kowalczyk from Wollongbar on her selection in the Australian Commonwealth Games Parasport program to compete in long jump at Glasgow. Earlier this year, Ayla competed at the Australian Junior Athletics Championships where she broke the Australian under-15s long jump record, finding herself in Australia's top rankings and named an Australian champion. Ayla is coached by her father, Zenon, and represents Ballina All-Star Athletics and the North Coast Academy of Sport. Ayla was named the 2025 NCAS Athlete of the Year and after breaking national records and achieving multiple personal bests throughout the year. She's dreaming big for the 2028 and 2032 Paralympics. I wish her every success in Glasgow, and I know her family are very proud. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the Benalbo CWA, who is holding its 100th birthday to be celebrated this month. The branch held its first meeting on the 26th of June 1926 with the goal to establish a local hospital which opened in 1930 and is on the current Benalbo MPS site. The Benalbo CWA Younger Set, formed in 1933, raised funds to furnish a hospital ward and later built the Benalbo CWA restrooms, which opened in 1938. Although the CWA later gave up the building, it was repurchased in 2024, which will be restored, bringing the organisation back to its original home. Today, the branch is led by President Officer Helen Tart, Vice President Julie Spargo, Secretary Helen Negus, Treasurer Ivy Shea, Cookery Officer Veronica Moore and Publicity Officer Sharon Tucker. I congratulate all past and present members on this remarkable milestone and thank them for their service to the Benalbo community.
Thank the member, and I call the member for Petrie.
Deputy Speaker, for longer than I can remember, the Hensel Street quilters have been the very fabric of the Petrie community, creating intricate, colourful and creative quilts. Last Friday I got to pop into their quilt show at the Redcliffe Showgrounds and just saw some of the most beautiful quilts I've ever seen. I'm going to say it, they're the best in the country. They showcase dozens of quilts from outback landscapes, traditional designs, to a flat cat quilt, which was my personal favourite. I want to thank the President, Chris, for sharing her story about what inspired her creating that particular quilt. They also had, creative stools, raffles, plenty of inspiration. I want to thank Kathleen, who's the manager, who got the team together and put on this fantastic event. A lot of work goes into creating these wonderful community events, and I just want to shout them out for that. One thing I particularly want to shout out is their community corner, where they make incredible quilts and they donate them into the community where needed. One particular group they donate to, which got me on my heartstrings, was Chameleon Housing. So Chameleon Housing provides housing for young people who need it, and they might just be going to that housing with the clothes on their back or the belongings in their backpack. And these quilts are actually, it feels like a hug from Nan. They get to hold that. I remember the quilt my Nan gave me, and every time I get to put it on, I remember her and the great things that she did. So I just want to thank them for their incredible work. Last week, on a heavier note, I attended the 18th annual Moreton Bay Says No to Violence March in Redcliffe. I was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with advocates, with victim survivors, with police officers and community members that care. We got to hear from some incredible speakers, such as Holly from the Centre Against Domestic Abuse, Kate Carley-Smith from Broken to Brilliant, Ruby Allen from Kids of Purple, and the students from Deception Bay Flexi School. Their speeches were absolutely touching, and it just reminds us that domestic violence is still prevalent in our communities, and every person who dies is one person too many, but every person who faces death, who lives in fear in their homes, is one person too many. I got to stand up there and speak about my experience in domestic and family violence and how it is completely unacceptable. I'll always stand up for my community, I'll always call out injustice and violence, and I'll always say no to violence. It is completely unacceptable, and it's great that our government has been able to acknowledge that some of our systems have actually been used to facilitate harm, such as the child support system. So the reforms in that space are so paramount, and I thank the Social Services Minister, Tanya Pliberzek, for her work in that space. Thank you.
Well, that was and I give the call. Thank you, Assistant Speaker. I recently attended Have Your Say Day. This is a fabulous youth-led initiative that gives young people across the Northern Beaches a platform to engage directly with their elected leaders and community members on the issues that are affecting them. This year, students from 9 high schools presented key concerns raised in a survey of more than 2,300 students aged between 17 and 24. Their top 3 issues were transport, mental health and the environment. Students Ava, Georgia, Lily and Maya from Stella Mara said young people on the Northern Beaches are stressed about basic travel. In a survey, one 23-year-old said that her daily commute takes at least 1.5 hours each way because of congestion, bus delays or cancellations, leaving little time for family, health or other aspects of life. And many arrive late for school for similar reasons. The students proposed solutions such as expanding bus routes and frequency, integrating student IDs into the Opal app and creating a subsidised pathway for people to obtain a bus driver's licence through TAFE to address the driver shortage. These are practical ideas that deserve consideration. Cooper and Grace from Davidson High School spoke about youth addiction, including vaping, illicit drugs and alcohol. They said addiction often develops gradually, shaping how young people cope, think and live. They argued that the problem is not so much a lack of services, but a lack of awareness, education and open conversations. Too many young people suffer in silence because they do not know where to turn or fear being judged. They called for stronger education in the PDHPE classes, community information nights, workshops and social media campaigns to reduce stigma and help families access support. Then the students from Narrabeen Sports High School, Flynn and Mira, highlighted the levels of microplastics in our local dunes and waterways. Dee Why Lagoon is one of the 10 most polluted waterways on the New South Wales coast. They call for sustainability activities to be more collaborative and visible in youth spaces so that young people have the opportunity to participate in environmental initiatives both in school life and in the community, making it accessible, socially ingrained and part of everyday life. Sadly, in this short speech, I cannot talk about all the speeches that were made, but I want to thank all those who participated so thoughtfully in Have Your Say Day. I learned a lot. And this initiative illustrates, as Isaac from the Northern Beaches Secondary College Cromer campus said, this is how we can build a future where young people are consistently included in decision-making, equipped with the skills to participate and given genuine opportunities to have their voices heard.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Newcastle.
I want to celebrate an extraordinary milestone, 140 years of Business Hunter. Since 1886, Business Hunter has been a driving force for industry, enterprise and economic growth across our region. From supporting local manufacturers and small businesses to advocating for major infrastructure and investment, Business Hunter has helped shape Newcastle and Hunter into the thriving, dynamic region we know today. Over 140 years, our economy has evolved dramatically. Industries have changed, communities have grown and new challenges have emerged. But through it all, Business Hunter has remained a steadfast voice for local businesses and local jobs. The Hunter has long been a region defined by hard work, innovation and resilience. Whether it's our world-class port, our growing clean energy industries, our university, tourism sector or small businesses on local main streets, Business Hunter has championed the people and industries that keep our region strong. Importantly, this anniversary is not only a chance to reflect on the past, but also to look to the future. The Hunter is helping lead Australia's economic transformation, and organisations like Business Hunter will continue to play a vital role in ensuring our region seizes every opportunity ahead. I congratulate Business Hunter on this remarkable achievement and thank all those past and present who have contributed to its enduring success over the past 140 years. I want to congratulate Newcastle Pride on two outstanding achievements that showcase strength, creativity and inclusivity of our city. Recently, Newcastle Pride was awarded Best Event or Festival by the Newcastle Tourism Industry Group, a well-deserved recognition for an event that has become a vibrant celebration of diversity, community and belonging in our region. Adding to this success, Newcastle Pride was also named runner-up for Most Fabulous Stall at Sydney Mardi Gras Fair Day, and one of the biggest and most iconic celebrations of the LGBTIA+ pride in the country. These achievements are a testament to the dedication of volunteers, organisers, performers and community members who work tirelessly to make Newcastle Pride such a welcoming and joyful event. Newcastle Pride is much more than a festival. It's a celebration of visibility, acceptance and equality. It sends a powerful message that Newcastle is a city where everyone deserves to feel safe, respected and proud to be themselves. Events like Newcastle Pride also play an important role in supporting local tourism, hospitality and small businesses, bringing people together from across the region and indeed across Australia. To everyone involved with Newcastle Pride, thank you for helping make our city a more inclusive, more compassionate and definitely more colourful. Thank you.
I give the call to the member for Barroa.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I want to recognise two amazing local Barroa heroes in what for parliamentary purposes we might call the S-Box rally. It involves driving a car worth less than $1,500 covering 4,000 kilometres. Murray Oakley and Phil Fairhall are volunteers with the Hornsby SES and are taking on this challenge to raise funds for cancer research and support services for Australians affected by cancer. Recently, while door-knocking in Barroa, I had the opportunity to meet Murray and Phil and hear about their mission. Competing under the name Floodwits, a nod to their flood rescue work with the SES, they will drive a 2008 Volvo XC70 from Port Douglas to Melbourne in 7 days from the 11th of July. Murray has lived in our electorate for more than 30 years and he's raised his children in Barroa, while Phil moved up from Canberra 5 years ago. Murray's been involved with the Hornsby SES for 23 years. He's currently the Operations Field Officer, but he's had many roles over the years, including Rescue Officer, Deputy Unit Commander, Team Leader. And Phil's been involved with the Hornsby SES for about 5 years, and they've worked together on many flood rescues. Now, anyone who's owned an older Volvo may tell you they're built to last, but getting one that's worth less than $1,500 to complete that journey is a leap of faith that would test even the most optimistic mechanic. They were very grateful that Repco Hornsby sold them their S-Box for $1 after hearing it was to be used for a charity rally. Now, they put the finishing touches together, including a mandatory UHF radio with which they'll use to communicate with their team along the journey. Importantly, Murray and Phil are aiming to raise more than $10,000 for the Cancer Council and have already raised more than $6,500 towards that goal. Like so many Australians, they've seen firsthand the impact that cancer can have on families. They've lost loved ones, supported friends through treatment, and know that almost every Australian family has a cancer story. As SES volunteers, they've spent years helping communities during floods and emergencies across New South Wales, including deployments in the Hawkesbury, at Forbes and Coonabarabran. The rally is simply another example of that same spirit of service. I also want to acknowledge the local businesses and community members who are supporting their efforts, including Repco Hornsby, Claire Burrows, Daniel Brown, Thea Bloomfield, Clementine Leadham, Ian Friery, Nicole Mulgrove and Jacqueline Riley. Their support highlights the strong community spirit behind this important cause. Along the route, Murray and Phil will visit regional communities, helping to raise awareness and supporting the small towns that welcome participants on their journey. Murray and Phil represent the very best of the Barara community. Whether helping people through floods or raising funds to fight cancer, they continue to put others first. And I want to wish them and their families every success on their journey and thank them and everyone who's supporting them by making a difference to all Australians who are affected by cancer.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, if you've ever enjoyed a fresh oyster at a Brisbane restaurant, there is a good chance that that shell ended up at Ozfish, helping restore the reef in Moreton Bay in my electorate of Bonner. Recently, the Minister for Environment, Murray Watt, joined me at Ozfish to mark the delivery of Labor's $1.5 million commitment to support oyster reef restoration in Moreton Bay. For communities across Bonner, Moreton Bay is more than a beautiful backdrop. It is where locals fish, kayak, boat and spend time with family and friends. It is also a vital natural environment that our community values deeply. Ozfish is taking recycled oyster shells, placing them in specially designed baskets and returning them to Moreton Bay to rebuild natural reef habitats. And Deputy Speaker, these oysters are very hard workers. A single oyster can filter more than 150 litres of water every single day, improving water quality, supporting marine life and helping create healthier ecosystems right across the bay. The project is also creating opportunities for local volunteers to get involved in protecting and restoring our waterways. I want to thank Ozfish and the volunteers for their incredible work that they do. This is what practical environmental action can look like, thanks to the Albanese Labor government. Deputy Speaker, it was a privilege to recently welcome almost 100 of our newest Australians at a citizenship ceremony hosted by Corrali Brisbane at the Mount Gravatt Showgrounds. It was a celebration of belonging, community and new beginnings. There is something incredibly special about witnessing people officially become Australian citizens, taking the pledge surrounded by family and community after what has been often a long journey to call this country home. Because becoming an Australian citizen is about more than paperwork. It is about belonging. It's about becoming part of our community, and it's about helping shape the future of the country that we all share together. Australia's strength has always been its diversity. People who bring their cultures, languages, stories, experiences, and help build the social fabric of our community. And in Bonner, we are incredibly fortunate to have such a vibrant, multicultural community. And that is why I want to highlight an incredible opportunity for our local multicultural organisations. The Albanese Labor government is investing up to $41.6 million through the Infrastructure Grants for Multicultural Communities program. So I'd encourage all of our multicultural communities to look at the grants portal and get involved in this wonderful opportunity, from $20,000 right through to $1.5 million available to support our multicultural communities locally.
In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded, and I call the clock.
Government business. Next order of the day, Appropriation Bill Number 1, 2026 to 2027, consideration in detail.
Before the Federation Chamber considers the first portfolio, I would like to remind all members of the purpose of the consideration in detail stage and outline the way it is expected to proceed. On Thursday, 28th of May, the House agreed to a resolution setting the order and timing for the consideration of portfolios. Consideration in detail is a debate, and the call will be alternated between the government and non-government members as always. Even though this debate sometimes takes the format of question and answer, this is not question time. Ministers and government backbench members both will be considered as speakers for the government's turn and should bear this in mind when they seek the call. Members are required to be relevant to the portfolio being examined, but there is no requirement for direct relevance to any questions asked. Each minister and member will have up to 5 minutes to speak each time they are called, but they may wish to speak for a shorter time. Ministers may wish to speak first and make an introductory statement when debate on their portfolio begins, but that is a matter for them to decide. The terms of the resolution provide dates and times after which the questions on each portfolio will be put if debate does not conclude earlier. To avoid confusion, when these times are reached, a member who is speaking will be allowed to continue their remarks, but chairs are obligated to put the question immediately at the conclusion of that member's speech, and no further debate will be permitted. Finally, I remind advisers to members and ministers that the roped-off gallery areas may be accessed through the doors adjacent to the galleries only, not through the doors reserved for members, and they must not intrude onto the floor of the Federation Chamber at any time or seek the attention of a member or minister by calling out. And I give the call to the member for Bass.
Thank you, Speaker.
With respect, I think I'm the first speaker.
Proposed expenditure now before the Federation Chamber is for the education portfolio, $2,799,424,000. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to.
I think it's the opposition.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In 14 years of teaching, I never once met a child who dreamed of failing. I never met a student who wanted to struggle with reading, or a young person who genuinely aspired to be unemployed. What I met was students with enormous potential, because here is the truth I witnessed in every classroom I've ever stood in. Talent is universal, but opportunity is not. I've always believed that education is one of the most powerful things the government can invest in, but for too long, governments have treated education as a collection of separate systems. Childcare over there, schools over here, TAFE somewhere else, if it's being supported at all, and universities somewhere else again. What I'm proud of is that this government has taken a different approach. We've recognised that education is not something that happens for a few years at the beginning of a person's life. Education is a lifelong journey. And for perhaps the first time in Australia's history, we're investing right across that journey. And that's a big reform agenda. It is ambitious. We know that some of the most important learning a child will ever do happens in that first 5 years. They are absolutely integral. And that's why we're building a universal early education system. Through our 3-day guarantee, every child can access 3 days of subsidised early childhood education and care every week. A local Bass family recently told me that this policy has saved them hundreds of dollars a week. Hundreds of dollars. That is the difference that affordable childcare can make. We've also invested in the workforce through a 15% pay rise for early childhood educators, and we're strengthening safety and accountability across the sector. But that opportunity cannot stop when that kid leaves childcare and first walks through the school gates. So we're delivering the biggest new investment in Australian public education ever. For too long, public schools were left short of the funding they needed. I remember working in Ramingining, a remote community in Arnhem Lands, during a period when remote public schools were losing funding dramatically. I bought puzzles, I bought learning resources to help fill the classroom. But it's not just those hands-on manipulatives and resources that teachers desperately needed. It was the assistant teachers who spoke Yungamata and helped us to better support our students and understand them. It was access to psychologists, speech and occupational therapists, so we could actually meet those needs. It was funding for breakfast, recess and lunch. It was staff to prepare those meals. It was being able to fly in an electrician and a plumber when things broke down, because even though our principal tried her very best, you can't solve every infrastructure problem in a remote community with a wrench and a determined attitude. None of these are luxuries. They're the basic building blocks of a quality education, and that's what this money is actually for. It's not just a line in a budget. It's the assistant teacher who can speak a child's language, the therapist who can support a child who's falling behind, and that meal that can help a kid focus in class. This is why our Better and Fairer Schools agreement matters. Nationally, it's an additional $20 billion for public schools over the next decade. The same principle will be applied beyond school. We know that too many Australians have often been told that university was available to them, but they graduated carrying a debt that continued to grow year after year. We've taken action on that. So more than 20% has been taken off our debt, which is 10,500 people in Bass who have benefited from that, which is huge. We've made the repayments fairer, and we're supporting students undertaking placements in teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work through the prac placement. Because I had people actually choosing between completing their study or paying the bills, and that's not okay. We have not forgotten regional Australia. We've not forgotten regional students, because talent has never been the problem for them. It's been access, distance and cost. And that's why the study hubs are bringing tertiary education closer to where people live. We're investing in those regional pathways. This semester, our government has started end-to-end medical training right in the heart of Launceston for the first time ever. And I've met some of the students undertaking this course. One conversation has stayed with me. A student told me that if this opportunity did not exist in Launceston, they never would have applied to study medicine. They didn't lack the ambition, they didn't lack the ability. It was simply that they couldn't afford to leave home. So think about that. That's a future doctor, a talented young person with skills and determination who will serve our community long term, who we could have lost due to geography and cost. Instead, they're studying medicine in northern Tasmania and they want to stay there. We're making sure an individual's future is determined by their potential and not their postcode. A person's ambition should not be limited by cost or by lack of educational opportunities. Because when we invest in education, we invest in people. And when we invest in people, we're investing in Australia's future. Thank you.
The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Berala.
Yes, Deputy Speaker. This is a budget of broken promises and broken dreams. For the last 6 months, the government's been congratulating itself for reaching a schools funding agreement with every state. But in Victoria, the spin doesn't match the facts. This government has been constantly gaslighting. When the Prime Minister stood up in March last year and said every jurisdiction was on track to receive an increase in school funding and to receive the full school resourcing standard, it simply wasn't true. It simply was not true. The proof is publicly available. To get an increase in funding, what you need is a document called a bilateral agreement between the Commonwealth and the relevant state. In March last year, there was no bilateral agreement with Western Australia and no bilateral agreement with Victoria. It was a falsehood. And as of today, there is still no plan for an increase in Victoria. The best they can manage is a stopgap with no increases that terminates at the end of this year. Now, you can't believe the Albanese government on taxes and you can't believe them on school funding either. Thanks to the Allan and Albanese Labor governments, Victorian government schools have the lowest funding of any state in the entire country. Compared with New South Wales, in this year alone, high schoolers in Victorian public schools are shortchanged by $860 per student for every single one of the 667,000 Victorian public school students. Compared to South Australia, it's $900 less per student, and compared to Tasmania, it's $1,740 less per student. Maybe if Labor hadn't funnelled $15 billion of taxpayers' money to the crooks and crims at the CFMEU, kids in Victoria would have a better chance at education. But it's now Victoria's school children that suffer the consequences. So my questions to the Minister are you going to sign a bilateral agreement on school funding with the Allan government? What date will it be signed? Why have you left such an agreement until the to the eve of the Victorian election? And given the state of the Victorian Labor budget and the fact there's no specific allocation for this funding in the federal budget, don't the Victorian public have a right to be cynical about any agreement that's signed between the Albanese and Allan Labor government? This budget sets up a non-government school funding cliff beyond 2029. For the millions of Australians who send their children to Catholic and independent schools, who've made genuine financial sacrifices, they deserve certainty beyond the forward estimates, and yet there's none. The non-government sector now educates 40% of Australian students. According to analysis by the AEC Group, independent schools save the Australian taxpayer an estimated $12.5 billion in expenditure through recurrent education and capital costs. Under Labor, education costs have risen by 21%. The government's failed to keep downward pressure on the drivers that increase out-of-pocket expenses for families. Energy prices, insurance premiums, land and capital costs, regulatory complexity, taxes, all the other things that make it more expensive to deliver a high-quality education that parents ultimately pay for. In government schools, increased costs are borne by the taxpayer, but in non-government schools, those increased costs are borne by parents in higher fees. This government sees independent schools as elite. We know differently. We know independent schools educate more than 22,000 Aboriginal students, more than 187,000 students with disability, and keep fees on average across the sector at just $6,060 a year. And yet this budget provides no guarantee, no commitment, no clarity about what will happen after 2029. School funding decisions should not punish parents for exercising choice. They should support affordability, protect diversity and make sure funding follows the student. So, Minister, will you guarantee that non-government schools will receive funding that supports parental choice and ongoing affordability beyond 2029? The third area I want to talk about is the $2.2 billion research funding cut, which is shortchanging our researchers at a critical time. This budget rips $2.2 billion out of research over the next 10 years through cuts to Australia's economic accelerator. That's devastating for our universities. But worse, it's part of a pattern. In 2023, Labor ripped $46.2 million out of the accelerator through a cash grab hidden in MyEFO. In 2025, they did it again, taking a further $76 million from research, and now they're taking a further $800 million over the forwards and $2.2 billion over the decade. On top of that, the government has abolished the Trailblazer Universities program. That was worth $86 million this year, intended to fast-track research and boost commercialisation. And they've taken $67 million out of the National Environmental Science Scheme. Research drives innovation, which drives productivity, and we desperately need investment at productivity at this time. And just today, we've seen reports of Australian universities slipping in world rankings. We now have no universities in the top 50 in the world. So my final question is, Minister, why are you ripping $2.2 billion out of research at this absolutely critical time for Australia?
Thank you. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to. I give the call to member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to support a budget that continues the Albanese Labor government's work to build a better and fairer education system. From early childhood education right through to schools, TAFE and university, this budget is about opening doors for opportunity. When I was asked to run for the seat of Melbourne, I said yes because, as a foster carer, I met too many children who, through no fault of their own, had faced unbelievable challenges. I wanted to step up and do everything I could to help ensure every child gets the best possible start in life. And I know education is the key. It opens doors, builds confidence, sparks curiosity and creates opportunity. It gives children the tools to thrive and backs the teachers and educators who work every day to help young Australians reach their full potential. I believe every child deserves a chance to dream big, succeed, build a bright future, and a strong education is where that journey begins. That is the goal of this budget: a quality, affordable and safe early childhood education and care system, full and fair funding for public schools, and a fairer higher education system, including cutting student debt by 20% and making repayments fairer. Yeah. In early childhood education and care, we are delivering real reform. Our cheaper childcare policy is already providing cost of living relief for more than 1 million Australian families. And we have also replaced the activity test with the 3-day guarantee, making sure every child can access at least 3 days of subsidised early education and care. The government is also backing early educators with 15% pay rise, tied to limits on fees increase for families. And we are strengthening safety through a $226 million child safety package, including mandatory child safety training and National Early Childhood Worker Register, and more unannounced compliance visits, including stronger powers to cut funding from services that are not meeting safety standards. Affordable, safe, high quality, this is the early education system this government is building. Yeah. In schools, the Albanese Labor government is delivering full and fair funding for public schools. When we came to government, no public school outside the ACT was fully funded. That was not good enough. So this government is fixing it. Through the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, we are putting every public school, on a pathway to full funding. That means an additional $20 billion for public schools over the next 10 years and $50 billion in the decade after that.
For Victorian public schools, it means an extra $3.5 billion over the next 10 years, and that funding is tied to reforms that matter in classrooms. More individualised support, more mental health support, more support to attract and retain teachers. That is what full and fair funding will do. It will help students catch up, keep up and finish school. It will back the teachers doing the work. It will strengthen the schools at the heart of our community and in higher education. This government is delivering reform that matters. Melbourne has the highest number of people with student loan of any electorate in the country. Around 36,000 people in Melbourne are carrying student loan debt. That is why the government's 20% student debt cut matters. The first bill passed by this Parliament wiped more than $16 billion in student debt for more than 3.2 million Australians, and we have made repayments fairer. For someone earning $70,000, repayments will fall from $1,750 a year to around $450. That's around $1,300 less each year. It also matters why the Commonwealth prac payment matters. It is also why the Commonwealth prac payment matters, supporting around 68,000 eligible teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students while they complete compulsory placements, because education should open doors, not push people to breaking point. This budget delivers a better and fairer education system, from early learning to public schools to TAFE and universities, a system that gives children the best start, a system that opens the door for opportunity, and a system that backs students, teachers, educators and families. That is what Labor governments do, and I am proud to support this budget.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Nichols.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on the government's 2026-27 budget and what it means for education, which is the foundation of productivity, opportunity and long-term prosperity in this country. Because for all the slogans about fairness and opportunity, what this budget delivers is not real reform, but it is restraint on aspiration. And that's clear in many aspects of the budget, but in education as well. The government has framed this budget as one that builds a better, fairer and more equitable education system. But when you look beyond the rhetoric, you see a patchwork of modest initiatives, increased regulation and missed opportunities for real reform. It's not transformational, it's a holding pattern. Let me start with schools. There are some targeted investments, particularly in STEM programs, student wellbeing and support for disadvantaged students. But alongside that, we see a strong emphasis on compliance and integrity measures, ensuring funding is monitored and enforced more tightly. Now, accountability matters, Deputy Speaker, and every dollar should be spent well. But schools across regional Australia are telling us something different. They don't need more bureaucracy, they need more support. Principals and teachers are already under enormous pressure, and this budget risks adding to that burden without addressing the core issues of workforce shortages, classroom disruption and declining student outcomes. And also, where is the finalised agreement between the federal government and the Victorian government delivering full funding? What's the roadblock? Maybe the federal government might have a better government to deal with earlier next year. On early childhood, Mr Speaker, the government continues its push towards a more universal system with additional inclusion, funding and workforce measures. And that direction is important, but we support access and participation, but we also support parental choice. But again, this budget lacks a defining reform. It continues some of the trends that are underway, but rather than delivering a clear step change in affordability, workforce and sustainability, it just delivers more of the same. And in too many areas of regional Australia, there is still no childcare available. But it's in higher education where the government's lack of ambition is most evident. And stakeholders across the sector expected real reform, particularly following the universities accord, but instead what we got was continuity. And the sector is telling us that funding and policy settings are simply not keeping pace with expectations or economic need. Universities are being asked to do more with tighter margins under growing regulatory pressure. And at the same time, we see increasing oversight, more powers for regulators, new levies to fund oversight bodies, and growing compliance requirements on institution, more rules, more scrutiny, but not enough support. And I asked this question, and the member for Browra mentioned it in his contribution, are our universities going forward or backward? In skills, productivity and economy, the government tells us that productivity is a defining challenge for the Australian economy, and they are right. But productivity starts with skills, and it starts with education. And while this budget includes measures to support skills recognition and workforce participation, it stops short of making the level of investment needed to drive long-term economic growth. The sector itself has made this clear. If we want a more productive economy, we should invest more, not less, in the institutions that build it. And those institutions need to be better. We need quality, not just free quantity. So what ties this together is a simple point. At a time when classrooms are under pressure, teachers are leaving the profession, universities are struggling with funding certainty, and regional students face persistent barriers, the government chose to manage the system rather than fix it. Education should be at the centre of any serious plan for Australia's future. It should be focused on long-term outcomes, not short-term savings. Because if we are serious about fairness, and if we are serious about opportunity for the young people in this country, but for the country's economic future itself, and we are serious about productivity, then we cannot afford to underinvest in education. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Education changes lives every single day. It enables people from all walks of society to live the lives that they want and follow the dreams that can seem unthinkable without it. In my community in southern Sydney, we see it changing lives each day, not just in English and maths, but across a wide range of areas important to development of young lives. At the end of last year, I had the opportunity to see Alfred's Point Public School perform Zoocycle. Not just the music class, the whole school from K to 6 were involved in performing this amazing piece. It's an opportunity they wouldn't have had without access to the incredible public schools we have in southern Sydney. So we know that education is changing lives each day in southern Sydney for the better. And that's why this government is ensuring that education in my community is secured for the future. Almost 1 in 2 young people have a university degree today, but not everywhere, not in our outer suburbs. And for those living in the outskirts of Sydney, university can feel like something that happens somewhere else. It's how I felt when I finished Year 12 as well. And I was very fortunate to have been able to attend a university campus in my community, the Southern Sydney, now Sutherland campus of the University of Wollongong. For me, access to that campus was life-changing. I used to walk to university at the time, when I didn't have access to a car and couldn't drive. It took me about an hour and a half, a great way to start the day, and I'd catch the bus home. This life-changing access is why Minister Clare and I opened the Macquarie Fields University Suburban Study Hub last year, to bring university closer to the young people in our community, because access to education can only change lives if it's accessible. We know that suburban university study hubs make university more accessible. The evidence is they increase the number of people going to uni in areas where they're established. We are now putting these university study hubs in places like Macquarie Fields, bringing university closer to where people live. Just this week, Minister Clare and I got to meet some of the young people of southwestern Sydney for whom we're building these opportunities. We got to see up close Ingleburn High's implementation of explicit direct instruction framework, which means they clearly tell students what they are learning, why it is important, and how to do it step by step. Explicit teaching helps students understand new ideas by breaking them into smaller parts. We got to see students going from broad concept to complex themes in only a few minutes after repetition and checking for understanding before moving on. It's learning that is student-centred and practical, delivered at an educational institution that is committed to equity, inclusivity and access, and supportive of diverse learning styles and needs. It's incredible education facilities like this which is why the 2026-27 budget is delivering full and fair funding for public schools, with an additional $20 billion in funding over the next 10 years and $50 billion in the decade after that. It's part of our continuation of the government's significant reform agenda, which also includes building a quality, affordable and safe early childhood education and care system, and cutting student debt by 20% for 3 million Australians and making the repayment system fairer. We're also delivering vital school infrastructure upgrades, including approximately $1.7 million in my electorate of Hughes, including $1.5 million to upgrade the school hall at James Meehan High School in Macquarie Fields, and $30,000 for building upgrades to support the school breakfast club at Sackville Street Public School. We, on this side, believe that not only should education be accessible where you live, it shouldn't put you into lifelong debt. There are 18,226 help debtors in Hughes, with about 589 individuals with VET student loans. That's why we've cut student debt by 20%. Our government believes in the power of education, but not only that, we're acting on it because we believe that young people should be given opportunities to shine and to thrive no matter where they live.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I begin by thanking the incredible educators, carers, centre directors and all of the support staff working in early childhood education and care across Australia, because the work that you do is invaluable. Every day you help educate and nurture our youngest, littlest learners, preparing them for school, for learning and, of course, for life. You also provide the support that enables parents to participate in the workforce and support their families. Thank you to the enormous contribution that you make to our communities. Now, this budget was Labor's chance to show Australian families they understood the pressure that they are under, and they failed. The Prime Minister repeatedly told Australians that universal childcare would be his defining reform. Remember, my word is my bond. He said it during the election campaign. He said it in the leaders' debates. He has staked his place in history on it. But if this budget is the result, Australian families, I think, deserve a refund, a full refund. Parents are now being warned of substantial increases in out-of-pocket childcare costs due to expired fee caps, unfunded educator wage increases, get back to that, and Labor's broader cost of living crisis. Early childhood educators deserve to be fairly paid, but after Labor failed to provide ongoing funding certainty following previous wage increases, providers are now facing permanent cost pressures. And at the same time, federal fee caps that limited how much centres could increase fees are, well, expiring. It was a booby trap that Labor set for us, but they're in government again now, and now they have to deal with it, allowing providers to raise their base rates. Now, families are being left to pick up the bill. This is gross mismanagement in the early childhood education and care sector by the Labor government. Since Labor was elected, Australians have suffered the biggest fall in living standards of any comparable developed nation, according to the OECD data. The data does not lie. This country has gone backwards by at least 10%. It is not childcare costs hurting families, it is everything. Gas up 41%, electricity 37%, insurance 42%, rents 23%, food 17%, health 17%. Families are under pressure. This government just doesn't get it. They just keep spending. And childcare costs up 14% since Labor come to power. Childcare is not cheaper. Mr Albanese, childcare is not cheaper. The latest ABS data shows that childcare costs rose 9.1% in the past year alone, almost double the rate of inflation. So don't listen to when you hear childcare is cheaper, because you know as a parent that it's not. The Prime Minister promised cheaper childcare. Instead, families are paying more than ever. This is the cost of Labor. Vote for them once. Maybe you voted for them twice, you're going to pay for it for 10 or 20 years. That's what happens. And you're feeling it in grocery runs, in power bills, every time a family drops their child at care and wonders how they're going to make it work. Why do almost 40% of childcare services now charge above the hourly rate cap, Prime Minister, Education Minister? Why? When do the families pay the full difference out of pocket? Labor's failure costs families dearly. The average full-time childcare place costs around $36,000 a year before the subsidy. It's comparable to elite private school fees. Meanwhile, the childcare subsidy is projected to reach more than $21 billion by 2029-30, which is up from $15.76 billion just last year. Billions are flowing into a system still failing on affordability, still failing on flexibility, and in too many parts of regional Australia, failing on accessibility. Costs are up, the subsidy bill is up, and I'll take that interjection, that little giggle from over there, because this is not funny for regional families member over there. It is a system in serious trouble. And the worker retention payment, well, Labor has failed on that because they've allowed that to fall off a cliff. Special accounts payments sit at $1.08 billion in 2026-27. They're nothing across the forward estimates. And I see members are turning their backs, looking the other way because they're so embarrassed that they've messed it up for Australian families, because it is Australian families who will pay the price for Labor's gross mismanagement of the early childhood education and care sector. Either way, families pay. This debate is about a fundamental difference in values. Labor believes that the government knows best, that big unionised labour workforces are the answer to Australia's woes, that spending out of control is the answer to them staying in government. Well, they're wrong, and we reject that entirely.
And I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Citizenship.
7 out of 10 for performance art. And there were a few questions I was actually looking forward to responding to, but unfortunately the opposition chose to call a bunch of silly divisions and has eaten into the time, so we've run out of time. Sorry, Deputy Speaker.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to by the House on the 28th of May 2026, I put the question that the proposed expenditure for the education portfolio would be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. All those in favour say aye. All those in favour say no. Against? I think the ayes have it. Expenditure is agreed to. The proposed expenditure now before the Federation Chamber is for the Defence portfolio, $47,700,792,000. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It has never been more important to do two things: ensure that the brave men and women of our Defence Force are properly equipped, and ensure that Australia's strategy of denial is more than just words, that it's actioned for the good of the Australian people and their long-term sustainable safety and security. Defence is focused on a number of things. First and foremost, it is increasing efforts to develop greater self-reliance over the longer term so that we can more ably and independently deter our adversaries. A strategy of denial, Deputy Speaker. We are prioritising capability acquisition and then sustainment plans to deliver this strategy of denial. Go Spat, Go Shark, Mogami-class frigates, Landing Craft Heavy, Landing Craft Medium, Virginia-class nuclear-propelled submarines, SSN AUKUS boats. This will all strengthen our national security and strengthen our sovereign defence industrial base, the heart of which is in my great state of South Australia, and build stronger, more diverse international industrial partnerships. We are increasing coordination with our regional partners to promote regional stability and collectively deter actions against our interests and against the interests in our region. We have done this in spades, Deputy Speaker, Indonesia, Fiji, Tonga and Papua New Guinea, and we have built on the relationships that we've established in the region during the fuel security crisis that has been experienced due to the conflict in the Middle East. Through the 2026 Integrated Investment Program, our government is investing almost $500 million over the decade to deliver accelerated capability for the integrated focus force that we need. Now, this includes a larger and more lethal navy with more surface ships and conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines. We are a maritime continent, Deputy Speaker. It is absolutely imperative that our maritime capability reflects this, not only from a defend and deter perspective, but to protect our valuable trade and supply chain routes, to protect undersea cables, to protect the Australian people and protect our economy. We're also developing an air force that can provide air support for integrated operations. strengthening cyber capabilities to protect networks and systems, and we are enhancing our space capabilities, space being the 5th defence domain, to provide space-based situational awareness and communication capabilities. Now, why are we doing this, Deputy Speaker? We are in a changing world with liberal democracies under pressure, under significant pressure, and it is more important than ever that we have a properly thought out and strategic strategy of denial that promotes Australian security and also regional stability. And we're doing this in partnership with our friends around the region. Now, we have a down payment of $3.5 billion at the Osborne shipyard in my home state of South Australia. That is $3.5 billion down payment for the enabling works that will facilitate the record amount of infrastructure that will need to be built to facilitate the build of the AUKUS SSN class. And I have been out to the shipyard, Deputy Speaker, and can attest firsthand to the incredible amount of work that is going on at the Osborne shipyard, and also to the dedication and commitment of the men and women who are building that infrastructure. There is $12 billion down payment at Henderson in Western Australia to also help us forge ahead with our strategy of denial. I had the privilege recently of spending a week on HMAS Stirling, meeting some of the incredible men and women who will be operating the capability that we are investing in as part of Australia's strategy to defend and deter our strategy of denial. And those wonderful men and women that I met, including Captain Amy Braun's new ship Air, submariners John Lee and Justin Cloney and Byron Williamson, future submariner Dave Court and MLO Gagan Singh. That is why we invest. We invest because these men and women are putting their hand up to defend our country, and they are doing excellent work on HMAS Stirling. That is why we invest, and we will continue to invest in the interests of the Australian people.
The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I have every respect for those members opposite, the member for Sturt, the member for Gilmore, the member for Swan and the member for Spence, who's actually a veteran, 3 years, Australian Army, reservist, Puckapunyal, and certainly thank you for your service, member for Spence. But this is about consideration in detail for the defence portfolio. And the member for Sturt didn't ask a question, but if she had there's no minister here to indeed answer any such questions. I appreciate the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defence is not in the Parliament today, but the Minister for Veterans Affairs certainly is, and so is the Minister for Defence Industry. Why are they not in this chamber and respecting the process and the protocols long held and answering questions that the opposition rightly asks? And there are a lot of questions to be asked in the defence portfolio, in the Veterans Affairs space, and our veterans at the moment have white-hot anger, Deputy Speaker, and they have white-hot anger about the cap on allied health services, a $5,000 cap on those services which were once uncapped. And the veterans are going to be consulted, so the government tells us. They're going to be asked about what they feel and the changes that they might think are necessary before the allied health cap comes into place on 1 July 2027. But we know that this government whitewashes everyone who questions the veracity of its policies. We know that this was a budget of broken promises, and we know that the veterans who do put forward quite reasonable suggestions as to what changes should be made won't be listened to, because that is the Labor way. That's Labor's view of consultation, but it's far short of what is needed. And at the moment, these services which provide essential health care for our veterans, for those men and women who gave their all, who put their lives and bodies on the line for our nation, for our people, so that we could be safe and secure and protected and sleep at night. And yet, when they hang their military uniform up, when it comes time to have their back, what does the government do? It ignores them.
It turns its back on those who protected us, those who served us, for those who we should say, thank you for your service. But instead, we say we're putting a cap on your allied health services. And what the government should do, and I ask the Minister, and I genuinely ask in absentia, what are you going to do about this? Are you going to legitimately and rightly do a backflip on this particular question, as you have done with the Invictus Games funding, as you have done with the medallic recognition late last year, the moratorium that you and your department and your government placed on this? And the Veterans Affairs Minister also should do a backflip, as he did with Doug and Kay Baird's travel entitlements. $3,000. I mean, it's loose change when it comes to the multi-billion-dollar veterans spend. A multi-billion-dollar veteran spend which is justified. But this is not justified. This $748 million saving is cruel, it's mean-spirited, and it's wrong. And is the Minister going to review his decision to cut Veterans Affairs departmental staff by 111? Because we know that when there are public servants shed, they are the public servants we should have on the front line, taking calls, taking inquiries, doing the right thing by our veterans who did the right thing by us. And unfortunately, our veterans are being ignored. Unfortunately, those veterans who now want to see a psychologist, who now need the services that were once uncapped, are now going to be capped at $5,000 per year. It's simply not good enough, Minister. And what, Minister, are you doing to rectify this error? What, Minister, are you doing to rectify taking away more than 100 public service jobs in the Department of Veterans Affairs? You have plenty to say about it in question time. You have plenty to say about it elsewhere. Why aren't you here, Minister, to answer the Coalition's very justified questions on behalf of the veterans of Australia who feel very hurt and very betrayed right now?
And I give the call to the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We are living through a period of genuine global uncertainty. The conflict in the Middle East has disrupted global fuel supply chains. The pace of military change in our region is unlike anything we've seen in recent times. As a trading nation surrounded by oceans, Australia's security is inseparable from our ability to keep sea lanes open and supply chains stable. This budget meets that moment. The 2026 National Defence Strategy sets out what is required: a more self-reliant Australia, a stronger sovereign defence industrial base, better national preparedness and deeper cooperation with allies and partners. The total funding in the defence portfolio reaches $887 billion through to 2020-35-36. This is not just expenditure, it's investment in jobs, the industries and the capabilities that will underpin Australia's security for decades. But what does that monumental investment look like on the ground? My home of Western Australia is a great example. Henderson is the centrepiece of Australia's naval shipbuilding future in the West. The $12 billion committed to the Henderson Defence Precinct is a significant down payment on what will be a continuous naval shipbuilding capability in Western Australia for generations to come. That funding underpins the construction of the Army's landing craft, the domestic build of Australia's future general-purpose frigates, subject to the successful consolidation, facilities, surface, combat sustainment, contingency docking for our future nuclear-powered submarine fleet from the early 2030s, and depot-level maintenance, including graving docks. Over the next 2 decades, tens of billions of dollars will flow into defence capabilities in Western Australia, supporting 10,000 well-paid, high-skilled jobs. And the work being done at Henderson is not just about submarines, it's also about the foundation for the next generation of Australia's surface fleet. The Australian Albanese government has selected the Japanese upgrade of Mogami-class frigates as the preferred platform for the Navy's future fleet of 11 general purpose frigates. The first 3 vessels will be built in Japan, but the remaining frigates will be built in Western Australia once the successful consolidation of Henderson is complete. These ships will help secure our maritime trade routes and Australia's northern approaches. Now to AUKUS and what it means for Western Australian workers. Up to $8 billion is being invested to upgrade HMS Stirling and the support of the implementation of the Submarine Rotational Force West, creating around 3,000 direct jobs. It's great to hear that the member for Sturt has visited the HMS Stirling very recently. The upgrades include wharf upgrades, operational maintenance and infrastructure support to increase port visits by the UK and the US. The Jobs for Subs program is recruiting and upskilling over 200 new entry-level positions through the Australian Submarine Corporation, graduates, apprentices and trainees in engineering and fabrication trades. And Australian businesses are already entering the global supply chain. The government has announced a pilot program with Huntington Ingalls Industry, the largest military shipbuilder in the United States, to help Australian companies qualify for the Virginian-class submarine supply chains. Less than 6 months later, 2022, Australian companies have progressed in the accreditation pipeline. 8 have already been fully qualified to supply components into that supply chain. More than 4,000 Commonwealth-supported places have been allocated across 16 universities for the Nuclear-Powered Submarine Student Pathway Program from 2024 to 2027. In my electorate of Swan, we have Curtin University, which has 320 places, with a further 56 at the University of Western Australia and another 50 at Murdoch University. And for those that want to build their skills through a trade, the Shipbuilding Employment Pathway Programs offers a 4-year paid apprenticeship. This is a direct pathway for nuclear-powered submarines and naval shipbuilding workforce that the nationally recognised qualification at the end of it. Because the best way to build a skilled workforce is to build those people right now. This is the biggest diversification in the WA's economy for a very long time.
The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was very fortunate when I was elected to come in when the coalition was in government. And I want to say that when we did consideration in detail, the ministers showed up every time. The member for Durack, when was the Minister for Defence Industry, came in here, sat down, took notes and would stand up and answer the questions. The member for the Riverina has also, as a minister, come in here taking notes because this is important. This is the time when the opposition gets to ask the minister questions during the consideration in detail. And I'm extremely saddened to see that not any of the defence portfolio or the Veterans Affairs Minister show up for this important time. And it is disrespectful for the brave men and women who wear the uniform to have this contempt by this Labor government. And we hear all the time that we face the most challenging, strategic, dynamic and dangerous time that we've ever faced, but yet we can't get a minister to show up to consideration in detail. This is the worst I've ever seen it. And this Labor government should absolutely be ashamed of themselves. And we've heard the minister, when in opposition, want to talk about name all these projects that aren't running through, or name these stuff that you're not going to continue with. But under this Defence Minister and this Labor Defence team, all we've heard from is, well, that's commercial and confidence. We can't talk about the cuts, the chaos. We're happy to go get a photo op, but what we haven't seen is any follow-up. And that is not good enough when we're talking about the defence of our nation. And on top of the cuts, on top of the deferrals, we've already seen that for the 4th Squadron of the F-35s, the infantry fighting vehicles that should be rolled out now, cut from 450 to 129, the self-propelled howitzers, the Hunter-class frigates, military satellites, integrated air and missile defence. That's not trimming around the edges, that's hollowing out of the capability. This minister needs to be honest with the Australian people and with the Parliament. and provide certainty of our defence industry and of our brave men and women who serve this nation, and tell the Parliament what defence capabilities will be cut. Because lost capability, lost time, and a defence force being stretched thinner is a more dangerous world. At the same time, the government claims they are spending 2.8% of GDP on defence, but it's buried in the fine print in a single line that states that that is not true. This Labor government is eroding the Defence Force capability and the trust that the Australian people should have in them. You know, we get told that by experts and by this government, they say that the threat is urgent, is at our doorstep, but this Labor government and its funding is acting like it isn't. It's not just future capability at risk, it's our sustainment, it's our personnel. People are getting out at a higher rate because of the lack of certainty. We're not fit to fight. We can't fight today because every time there's funding allocated, it is stripped away or hidden in the fine print. Somehow, Veterans Welfare and Services is wrapped up into the defence budget that says that this is now exceeding the 2.8% of GDP, which is clearly not true. There is no decision about what's happening for the East Coast submarine base for AUKUS. There is just $30 million has been allocated to kickstart a $12 billion project. It doesn't match the scale. This government needs to answer questions. You know, we need to back private capital to deliver the defence projects, but what happens if the investments don't come through from the government? The government is banking on private capital to deliver key defence projects. What happens if it doesn't? If they don't come to the table? Does the government step up, or does defence take another hit? This government has a lot of answers, but the ministers can't even be bothered to rock up. You know, I've got pages and pages of questions, but if the minister can't be bothered rocking up, the opposition will stand here and ask him whether to just go off into the ether. I am disgusted in how this government is behaving when it comes to defence. The ministers should be in here talking about what they're doing, what's been in their budget, so we can ask the questions and get the answers on behalf of the Australian Defence Force. Shame on this Labor government, you're not fit to lead.
And I thank the member for Herbert. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Spence.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to start by thanking the member for Riverina for his kind acknowledgement earlier. I'd also acknowledge the member for Herbert and his service to this fine country, and also yourself, Speaker, for your service. In a world that is becoming more uncertain and less predictable, Australians expect their government to ensure our Defence Force has the people, equipment and capabilities needed to keep our nation safe. That is exactly what the Albanese Labor government is delivering. After years of chaos and dysfunction under those opposite, including 24 different ministers across the defence portfolio in less than a decade, this government has provided the leadership and long-term planning our national security demands. The 2026 National Defence Strategy and Integrated Investment Program set out a clear vision for Australia's future security. They recognise that the need for greater self-reliance, a stronger sovereign defence industry, improved national resilience and deeper partnerships with our allies and partners. Most importantly, they back those objectives with funding. The 2026 Integrated Investment Program includes an additional $14 billion over the next 4 years and $53 billion over the decade. Since coming to office, the Albanese government has increased defence spending by $30 billion across the forward estimates and $117 billion over the next decade. These investments are not just about keeping Australians safe. They are about creating highly skilled Australian jobs and supporting a future made in Australia. A key part of that work is AUKUS. AUKUS represents one of the most significant strategic and industrial undertakings in our nation's history. It is helping deliver the next generation of submarine capability while creating opportunities for Australian workers, manufacturers and businesses to participate in global defence supply chains. Already, South Australian manufacturer and Northern Suburbs local, Century Engineering, has become the first South Australian company to receive a purchase order from the United States under the program. That is a tangible example of how AUKUS is creating opportunities for local industry, developing supply chains and helping build sovereign capability here at home. We want Australian businesses to play a central role in this once-in-a-generation investment, ensuring the economic benefits are felt not just in defence precincts but across communities throughout the country. In South Australia, the $200 million Deep Maintenance and Modification Facility is strengthening our sovereign capability while supporting hundreds of local jobs. And right next door at RAF Base Edinburgh Defence Precinct, almost $312 million has been invested to upgrade critical infrastructure and sustain defence operations into the future. Through investments like these, the Albanese Labor government is ensuring Australia remains secure, resilient and prepared for the challenges ahead while creating the skilled jobs and industrial capability our nation will rely on for decades to come. Just as this government is investing in the capabilities, infrastructure and workforce needed to keep Australia secure into the future, we are equally committed to supporting the people who have worn our nation's uniform. Because a strong defence force is not only measured by the equipment it operates or the ships and aircrafts it acquires, but also by how well we care for serving personnel, veterans and their families before, during and after their service to our country. Supporting our veterans is one of the most important responsibilities of government, and the Albanese Labor government is backing that responsibility with real investment and real reform. When we came to office, the Department of Veterans Affairs had been left underfunded and under-resourced, with almost 42,000 new claims sitting untouched and veterans waiting for far too long for the support they deserved. By properly funding DVA and increasing staffing, this government has cleared that inherited backlog and ensured new claims are now being looked at within 14 days of submission. The investment has been substantial, with $37.9 billion spent on veteran compensation and treatment during our first 3 years in government. But this is about more than funding alone. The Albanese government is delivering once-in-a-generation reforms to simplify veterans' entitlements, implement the recommendations of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide, and build a system that is easy to navigate and faster to access. In the 2026 budget, more than $770 million was committed to implementing Royal Commission recommendations, including the largest increase in allied health funding for veterans in 2 decades. These changes will improve access to physiotherapy, psychology and other critical services while reducing unnecessary red tape and making it easier for veterans to receive the care they need.
I thank the member for Spence for his contribution. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Lyne.
Deputy Speaker, I rise during the consideration in detail of the defence portfolio appropriations to address what is arguably the first responsibility of any federal government, the defence of our nation. Australia faces the most challenging strategic environment since the end of the Second World War. The Defence Strategic Review made that clear. It warned that the assumptions which underpinned our security for decades can no longer be taken for granted. It warned that the prospect of major conflict in our region can no longer be dismissed. It warned that Australia faces a far more uncertain and dangerous future. Against that backdrop, Australians expect honesty from government. That is why serious questions must be asked about this budget and the government's claims about defence spending. Despite the warnings of the Defence Strategic Review, defence spending remains around 2% of GDP under the government's current funding profile. At a time when the strategic environment is deteriorating, Australians are entitled to ask whether that is enough. Recent reports have suggested that the government's headline defence spending figures include items such as military superannuation, veterans' income support payments and funding for agencies outside core defence capability expenditure. Australians strongly support our veterans and those who have served our nation. They should. But Australians are entitled to know whether the government is inflating defence spending figures, while the capabilities needed to defend Australia today continue to face delays and deferrals. Because the question is not how large a headline figure can be constructed. The question is whether the Australian Defence Force is becoming more capable. The question is whether our defence personnel are getting the equipment, resources and support they need. The question is whether Australia's deterrent capability is strengthening at the pace demanded by our strategic circumstances. Deputy Speaker, I want to be clear. I support AUKUS and the Coalition supports AUKUS. The Coalition has committed to lifting defence spending to at least 3% of GDP because we believe Australia's strategic circumstances demand it. We support AUKUS, but we also recognise that submarines alone are not a defence strategy. Australia needs stronger capability across the board. We must have military precision in our defence procurement. The development of a sovereign nuclear-powered submarine capability is one of the most significant defence investments in our nation's history. But the Albanese government must do better than forcing defence to choose between AUKUS and capability, because we need both. We need nuclear-powered submarines in the decades ahead, but we also need a defence force today that is fully equipped, properly resourced and ready to respond to the strategic risks identified by the Defence Strategic Review. Yet concerns continue to be raised that projects critical to Australia's immediate capability have been delayed, reduced or reprioritised, while funding is increasingly concentrated on the AUKUS pathway. The challenge for government is not simply to fund AUKUS. The challenge is ensuring that AUKUS does not come at the expense of other critical capabilities that strengthen deterrence before the first submarine enters service. That includes guided weapons production. It includes autonomous systems. It includes cyber capability. It includes logistics, sustainment and force readiness. And it includes ensuring that the men and women of the Australian Defence Force have access to the equipment and resources necessary to meet their extraordinary high standards of service. The government frequently speaks about a future Defence Force, yet the difference between a 2% of GDP and a 3% of GDP is not simply an accounting exercise. It represents additional investment in capabilities that strengthen deterrence now, not just decades into the future. So my question to the Minister is this. If the government genuinely accepts the findings of the Defence Strategic Review that Australia faces its most dangerous strategic environment in decades, why does this budget ask the Australian Defence Force to wait years for much of the capability it needs? And how can the government assure defence personnel and the Australian people that the defence of our nation is being strengthened now rather than simply promised for the future?
And I thank the member for line. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Paterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the appropriation bills and what this budget means for Australia's defence capability. And I'm pleased to be joined by the Minister for Defence Industry and my other defence colleagues this evening. What it means not only for the Hunter region, but for the thousands of defence personnel, veterans and defence industry workers who call my electorate home. When we discuss defence spending in this place, we are talking about much more than figures on a page or equipment needed to defend a country. We're talking about men and women who serve our nation, the families who support them and the communities who help deliver the capabilities Australia needs to remain safe and secure in an increasingly uncertain world. Our people are our most sophisticated and valuable capability. And unlike the member for Herbert, who most disingenuously just said in this place, we are not fit to fight, I absolutely disagree with this sentiment, and I say we have never been recruiting better and we are retaining more people in our great Australian Defence Force, and they are most certainly fit to fight and defend their nation, as they do most professionally. In my electorate, that story begins at RAF Base Williamtown. Williamtown is one of Australia's most significant defence bases and is home to around 3,500 defence personnel. It is a critical capability, it is a hub for Australian defence, and it is also the premier F-35 base and the proud home of Australia's E-7A Wedgetail. It is an aircraft that has earned an international reputation for excellence and demonstrated its value in operations both at home and abroad. Today, around 85 Australian Defence Force personnel are serving in the United Arab Emirates on that Wedgetail aircraft being deployed to the region. Those personnel represent the very best of Australia. Their service reminds us that defence capability is ultimately about people, dedicated Australians prepared to serve their country whenever they are called upon. And while we recognise those serving overseas and around the country, we also recognise the partners, the children and the families here at home who carry their own burden of service and sacrifice while they wait for their loved ones to return safely. And a big shout out to all the kids at Wirianda. It is the place across Australia where we have the most defence children at a public primary school. Deputy Speaker, Australia's security can no longer be taken for granted. Strategic competition in our region is increasing, global instability continues to create uncertainty, and nations around the world are investing heavily in their defence capabilities. That is why this budget continues the government's commitment to ensuring Australia has the capabilities, workforce and industrial capacity needed to protect our national interest now and into the future. The government's National Defence Strategy provides a clear plan to ensure Australian defence is equipped, trained and supported to deter, protect Australia's interest and respond when required. In recognition of these challenges, our government is providing an additional $14 billion over the next 4 years and an additional $53 billion over the decade through defence funding, estate modernisation and other investments. Since coming to office, the Albanese government has increased defence spending by $30 billion over the forward estimates and around $117 billion over the decade. These are substantial investments because Australia faces a more complex security environment than at any other time in recent decades. But these investments are not only about defence capability. They are about jobs, they're about industry, they are about our own sovereignty, they are about economic opportunity in communities like mine and further afield. One of the most significant examples of this is taking shape right now at Newcastle Airport. The Newcastle Airport Defence and Aerospace Precinct is rapidly becoming one of Australia's most important centres for sovereign defence manufacturing. The Albanese government has committed up to $850 million in partnership with Kongsberg Australia to manufacture and sustain naval strike missiles and joint strike missiles in the Hunter. Construction of the new facility is well advanced and nearing completion. This project is exactly what a future made in Australia looks like. It means advanced manufacturing in jobs in our regions, Australian workers building critical defence capability here at home and a stronger, more self-reliant Australia.
I thank the member for Paterson. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Now, this budget commits Australia to record levels of defence expenditure, including an additional $14 billion over 4 years and some $53 billion over the decade. Defence spending will reach more than $425 billion over 10 years. Accountability in defence spending must also include accountability in decisions by defence, especially around its decisions on critical capabilities and managing defence assets. This is a live issue in Warringah, where Defence proposes to partially divest HMS Penguin. Following its Defence estate audit, the government has determined that some capabilities of HMAS Penguin are critical and will remain on site, including the Clearance Divers Unit and the Underwater Medical Unit. However, the government has also determined that other capabilities are non-critical and may be relocated, leading to the proposed partial divestment of parts of the site, including the remnant bushland. Along with my community, I strongly oppose this decision to partially divest HMS Penguin. I've submitted Freedom of Information requests seeking the evidence behind this proposal, including the cost-benefit assessment used to justify relocating so-called non-critical capabilities and partially divesting the site. To date, there has been no clear explanation of what is proposed to be divested. Is it the remnant bushland? Is it parts of the built environment? What buildings would be affected and what are their maintenance costs, and what assessment has been done to ensure they do not fall into disrepair? So my questions to the Minister are, will the government release the cost-benefit analysis behind a proposed relocation of non-critical capabilities and partial divestment of HMS Penguin? Will the government release the environmental, cultural, heritage and capability assessments underpinning this decision? Will the Minister clearly identify which parts of HMAS Penguin are proposed for partial divestment, including whether remnant bushland or significant buildings are included? Will the Minister guarantee that public interest will be prioritised and that the remnant bushland will be protected for conservation and that any buildings will not be sold for private commercial development? And will the Minister guarantee my community that this important public asset will not simply be sold off into private ownership? Secondly, the UK intelligence agencies recently released a report that found all critical ecosystems were on a pathway to collapse. Will the Australian Government release a declassified version of the Office of National Intelligence Climate Risk Assessment and properly recognise climate change as a core national security threat? 2. Will Defence release any advice in relation to national security and capability assessment that it has provided the government in relation to climate risk and its impact on our national security? National security does not begin and end with military spending. The government continues to take a myopic view of security, committing hundreds of billions to defence while leaving climate resilience severely underfunded. Security experts consistently identify climate change and risk as one of the greatest threats to Australia's long-term stability. The government's own National Climate Risk Assessment highlighted the seriousness of the risks we face, yet just $117 million was allocated to climate adaptation and disaster resilience, most of it going to emergency response. Climate resilience is a national security issue, and if we fail to invest now, Australians will pay far more later and will not be safe, no matter how many submarines you buy. Finally, as discussed during the MPI today, Australians are entitled to much more clarity when it comes to the AUKUS agreement. There is no confidence in the public that there is going to be any value for money to the Australian people. Despite billions of dollars being transferred, there is no, as yet, guarantee that anything will be delivered to the Australian people. So I ask again to the government, will the government provide full transparency on any changes to the AUKUS pathway, including costs, delivery risks and sovereignty implications? 2. What guarantee can the government provide that Australia will not face a submarine capability gap after the Collins-class submarines retire in 2040, particularly if US shipbuilding capacity does not increase or a future US administration decides not to transfer the promised submarines? With over $10 billion to date already being transferred and much more being committed into the future, the Australian public deserves to know what guarantees can the Defence and the Australian Government provide that capability will be available.
I thank the member for Warringah. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Defence Industry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm proud and privileged to sum up the consideration in detail for the Defence portfolio estimates. And it goes to competing choices of governments, whether to support national security, to support defending the nation, or just drive media releases and rhetoric, because what we saw from the coalition was a raft of talking points with no substance, which, to be fair to them, they're consistent in. In government, it was all about talking points and media releases, and in opposition, that's all they are. The truth is that the coalition has always been weak on national security, and it will always will be. Whether it was bringing us into the Second Iraq War on a lie, whether it was bringing us into Vietnam on a lie, whether it was Bob Menzies arguing for appeasement of Nazi Germany not in 1933, not in 1935, but 10 days after Hitler invaded Poland, Bob Menzies argued to do a peace deal with Nazi Germany. This is the quality of the Liberal National Party on national security. Big on chest thumping, weak on delivery, weak on actually protecting Australia. And we've seen that in the last time they were in government as well. For all their talk about muscling up and the drums of war, what did they produce in terms of increased defence funding? In 2016, they announced a $30 billion increase over a decade. $30 billion. 2 years later, they cut 20 of the $30 billion. So again, more talk. On GWEO, guided weapons and explosive ordnance, a lot of talk. What did they produce? 2 media releases. That is literally all they produced on guided weapons when they were in power for that long 9.5 years. On AUKUS, we had a press conference and nothing else. They are big on talk, hopeless on delivery. In contrast, the Albanese Labor government is committing the resources to defend this nation. Over the last two national defence strategies, we've increased defence funding by $117 billion above the trajectory we inherited. Importantly, $30 billion over the forward estimates. This year's budget alone saw a $53 billion increase over the decade. And this means, when compared to the trajectory we inherited, we're seeing an average year-on-year increase of the defence budget of 7.6% per annum each year. And this is driving investments across the whole domains of the ADF. This myth out there that AUKUS is gobbling up everything is just not substantiated by the facts. Let's look at the defence. I hear the interjection from one of the 3,000 defence industry ministers the last government had. Like, Deputy Speaker, defence ministers lasted shorter than goldfish under the last government. Let's look at the facts for funding. Land increases in funding by 34%. Investment in the Air Force increases by 24%. Maritime, above the water, so non-submarines, increases by 11%. Investment in GWIO is doubled to $36 billion. We're more than doubling funding for counter-drone defences. Drone manufacturing is up 50%. Missile defence is a 66% increase in funding, including increasing active missile defence by an order of 5 times. So we're funding not just AUKUS, we're funding air, land, sea, missile production, counter-drone production, drone production and missile defence, because this government is committed to defending this nation. Acquisition funding increases in the 4 years from $21 billion to $27 billion. And I heard the member for Herbert talking about sustainment, again, not based in facts. This year we will spend $18.8 billion on sustainment. Over the forward estimates alone, it grows to $24.4 billion. So a 1/3 increase in sustainment funding in 4 years alone. So, Deputy Speaker, we're driving the biggest increase in peacetime funding for the Defence Force. We're seeing equipment coming with speedy delivery of things like Ghost Shark, the fastest acquisition of a major capability in recent history. The Megami class is going to be very, very fast as well. At the same time, we're growing the Australian defence industry. Employment in the Australian defence industry, in manufacturing employment, grew by 11% in the last year alone. So we're growing jobs, we're growing capability for the ADF, we're driving the resources that the ADF needs to defend this country. What we see from the opposition is chest beating. They're always proud to talk about it. They're always proud to be in shots with people in uniform. But when it comes to backing up the ADF with the resources they need to defend this country, they go missing in action, just like Bob Menzies always was.
And I thank the Minister for Defence Industry. In accordance with the resolution agreed to by the House on the 28th of May 2026, I put the question that the proposed expenditure for the defence portfolio be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. The proposed expenditure now before the Federation Chamber is for the Health, Disability and Ageing portfolio, $64,077,874,000. The question now before the Federation Chamber is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Lindsay.
Mr Deputy Speaker, to every person on the NDIS and people with disabilities across our country, I just want to let you know that the Minister for the NDIS, the two ministers for the NDIS, are not here to listen to this speech and to answer questions. They've sent in their Assistant Minister. Right now, people with disability who rely on the NDIS are terrified about what their future holds. Just last week, I heard from a man who's been in a wheelchair for 27 years, and those opposite are interjecting. They might like to listen to this story about this man in a wheelchair who's been there for 27 years. He has an acquired brain injury, very limited movement in his arms and needs 24/7 care, yet he's fighting for his slash supports to be reinstated. Has been told his plan is in implementation stage and it can't be internally reviewed until that process is complete. When he spoke up about his unsafe wheelchair tyres, do you know what the planner said? Use the wheelchair less. This is what participants on the NDIS are dealing with today. And if this is what's happening today before the Albanese Labor government's changes happen, is it any wonder they are scared? Senate documents released last week now reveal the changes proposed by the government to the eligibility rules will result in around 346,000 fewer people on the NDIS by 2031. Of that number, 240,000 people are already receiving support through the NDIS and will be moved off the scheme. This is a far cry from the 160,000 fewer participants Minister Butler has allowed the media narrative to run on. And only after pressure by the Parliament to provide modelling has the Albanese government provided the sparsest 3 A4 pages. The changes proposed by the government are significant, and 3 pages of data hardly constitutes providing the economic modelling or being transparent about where the $185 billion in savings will come from. If this is the extent of the modelling the government has undertaken, it is no wonder the disability community are concerned. Minister Butler, who is not here, where will the 346,000 people who will no longer be supported by the NDIS go? This is the question I and my team are being asked each and every day by participants and their families who are scared of what their future will look like. And I've got no answers for them because the Albanese government doesn't know. State and territory ministers have the same questions and they are pushing back. The New South Wales Labor Premier Chris Minns says we can't provide equivalent care in the state system. And it's not because we're mean or stingy or we're trying to push people away, it's because we're flat out providing basic health care in our schools and hospitals. The South Australian Premier said their health system doesn't have the capacity to take on an additional burden. Burden? These are the words being used to describe people with disability. These words, the dismissal of people's needs, take us back to dark times where people felt unsafe, unheard and unseen, a time before the NDIS was established. While the Albanese Labor government has spent the last few months shuffling numbers on a spreadsheet to try and make their near $1 trillion deficit look more manageable, they have failed to consult with the disability community or state governments about how and where people will be supported moving forward. Hot tip, Minister, good governments consult before, not after the fact. And good governments do the hard work before they announce changes that will have far-reaching consequences for vulnerable people. There is no denying that the NDIS has grown far beyond what was originally expected 13 years ago. A scheme designed to support 410,000 Australians is now supporting 760,000. A scheme originally expected to cost $13.6 billion is now approaching $50 billion a year and growing. We need to be honest about that, but this is now the Albanese government's third attempt to rein in spending. They promised growth would be reduced to 8%, they failed, and then it was 5%, they failed, and now it is 2%. And growth is currently sitting at over 10%. And whilst addressing growth is necessary, so too is addressing the rampant fraud. So I want to ask the Minister, when will you provide the disability community with the answers they are so desperately seeking? And what are you going to do to address the rampant fraud through the system? The NDIS must be there for Australians with significant and permanent disability, exactly as it was intended. But the Albanese government has left the disability community fearful while criminals are ripping off the NDIS and they're getting off scot-free.
And I thank the member for Lindsay. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, for far too long, women's health was overlooked and underfunded. There was a government, a 9.5-year-long government, that failed in exactly this place. And I stand tonight to applaud this budget because too many women struggled to access affordable treatment. Too many conditions were poorly understood and too many women were told to simply live with the pain. This was despite women from the former government raising issues about pelvic pain and endometriosis, but there was never a program or funding to follow until Labor came to government and we made women's health a priority. That commitment is reflected in our landmark Women's Health Package, representing an investment of almost $800 million to deliver more choice, lower costs and better health care for women and girls across Australia. And we are building budget to budget in this space. These reforms, importantly, are already making a difference. Since the package was introduced, more than 700,000 women have accessed cheaper PBS prescriptions. women are paying less for contraceptives, menopausal hormone therapies and treatments for conditions such as endometriosis. This government delivered the first new contraceptive pill listed on the PBS in more than 30 years, and the first new menopausal hormone therapies listed in over 20 years. These are reforms women had been waiting decades to see, and it took a majority female government to deliver on them. For women living with endometriosis, the impact has been significant. More than 7,000 women have accessed around 30,000 PBS scripts for endometriosis treatments, saving an estimated $5.7 million. But improving women's health is about more than cheaper medicines. It's also about ensuring women can access the care and support they need through a stronger Medicare system. Already, more than 71,000 women have accessed Medicare-funded menopause health assessments. This is breakthrough stuff. We've introduced new Medicare items and increased rebates for gynaecological care, making specialist treatment more affordable and accessible. Around 430,000 additional services have been delivered for women experiencing endometriosis, polycystic ovary syndrome, chronic pelvic pain and other gynecological conditions. We've also made it easier and cheaper to access long-acting reversible contraception, including IUDs and contraceptive implants. Importantly, this government, under Minister Butler, Assistant Minister White, Assistant Minister McBride, Assistant Minister Cooper in the last term, have established a national network of endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics. Recently, we announced an additional 11 clinics across Australia, including one in the heart of my community in Werribee. This brings the total number of clinics nationwide to 33. Now, I've had the Prime Minister visit, I've had Assistant Minister White visit our local clinic, and during both visits we heard from clinicians who spoke directly about the differences these services are making. And what impressed me most about those conversations was actually building the entire GP network's understanding and capacity to treat and support women in these spaces. And I know that the clinic in my community is reaching out as we speak to GPs in my community to include them in these networks. This is powerfully going to change health treatment for women across our country, not just in these clinics. For too many women, years of pain were dismissed. Too often, women were told their symptoms were normal or that they simply had to live with them. These clinics provide understanding, support and a pathway to diagnosis, but more importantly, treatment. We cannot underestimate the impact on the economic impact of the pain that these women suffer from and the lack of treatment compounding that. Deputy Speaker, this is what happens when women's health is treated as a national priority. It means cheaper medicines, it means stronger Medicare, it means better access to specialist care. These reforms sit alongside our broader investments in Medicare, including in LAWLA, by over 35,000 visits to our Medicare urgent care clinic, and this budget is making Medicare urgent care clinics a permanent feature of our health system. We've also doubled the number of fully bulk billed clinics to 41 clinics across LAWLA, so locals can see a GP for free as long as they have their Medicare card. Our cheaper medicines policies have saved locals in LAWLA $13 million on over 2.1 million
time
scripts.
has expired. I thank the member for LAWLA. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Regional health equity is just not in front of mind for this Labor government. Unsurprisingly, there were no significant new measures for regional health in the 26-27 budget. This government continues to invest in their pet projects that are not fit for purpose in the regions, like urgent care clinics. Urgent care clinics are city-centric with large throughput models as their basis and very expensive at $216 per visit compared to just $42.85 for a level B GP consultation. It also takes away GPs from regional clinics into an urgent care clinic. It just makes no sense. It is not increasing workforce. It is not solving the actual problems that we have. And on that note, where is the mapping to demonstrate the government's claim that soon 4 out of 5 Australians will live within 20 minutes drive of a Medicare urgent care clinic? Where is the map of approximately 5.6 million Australians not able to access a UCC? Well, you know, member for Durack, I hear what you're saying, and it is very true across Mallee, bar one town. In this budget, public hospital funding was increased by $25 billion over 5 years. How much of that will go to the regions? I'd love to know, and that is my question to the Minister, but I doubt that there will be an equitable share for the 25% of people who live out in the regions. Hospitals in the regions continue to struggle to recruit and retain the medical, nursing and allied health workforce they need to provide care close to home. This frequently results in rural people travelling vast distances to access care in cities or large regional centres. Yet state-based travel reimbursement schemes like the Victorian Patient Transport Assistance Scheme, VIPTAS, have for many years been criticised for being woefully inadequate in their support of rural patients travelling to access care. And guess what the Victorian Labor government have done to that scheme? They've cut it again. So the people who live 6 hours away by road, well, too bad. If you're 80 and you're sick, you just need to get in a car and travel along those awfully bumpy roads to get to Melbourne to get the care. It is an outrage that the Labor government does not give any respect or dignity to those who live in the regions, and it is on repeat. Deputy Speaker, Labor is all talk and no action when it comes to delivering outcomes for regional Australians. The National Health Reform Agreement, NHRA, Addendum Schedule F, Better Health Equity for Rural and Remote Communities, is a first and a step in the right direction. But if the government is serious about improving health equity for rural, regional and remote Australians, why doesn't the new agreement include clear KPIs to that effect? So much for transparency. How does the government intend to measure performance against the high-level commitments and principles contained in Schedule F, if at all? Does anyone really think that the states and territories will deliver just because there are a few principles included in a document? I don't think so. Not only are there no performance measures, but there is no funding attached to the schedule. Truly, it makes my head hurt. It actually makes my heart hurt for all the people who live in regional and rural Australia, who are being done over by Labor governments who do not give a rat's for their existence, their well-being, their health and their quality of life. It is honestly outrageous, and this schedule is another virtue signal. 100 additional Commonwealth-supported places were allocated in last year's budget to train doctors with the intention to increase the likelihood that graduates will work in primary care, particularly rural, regional and underserved metropolitan areas. Yet there was no tangible objective mechanism to ensure universities recruit rural students or programs to align with evidence-based and deliver end-to-end training truly in rural locations. In the same vein, the 25-26 budget expanded GP training, and while the data shows that GPs are in shorter supply in rural and remote, shock horror, MMM 5 to 7, no training places were allocated to the Australian College of Rural and Remote Medicine. What is that about?
And I thank the member for Mallee. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bass.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak about aged care, but more importantly, it's about dignity. So aged care we don't see as just a line in a budget, we see it as being about people. It's about the person who has lived in the same home for 40 years and who wants to stay there a little longer. It's about the daughter trying to organise care for her mum while watching someone she loves become more vulnerable. It's about the aged care worker who notices when something's not quite right and offers comfort in moments of real vulnerability. Across Bass, families, carers, older Australians and aged care workers continuously tell me the same thing. They want older people to be safe, respected and supported and where and when they need it. And that's not too much to ask. It's the most basic promise we should make as a country. For too long, Australia's aged care system did not live up to that promise. It was criminally neglected. Too many families experienced long waits, too many older Australians did not get support early enough, and too many workers carried a system that did not actually value them. And that's why this reform really matters. Our government, the Albanese Labor government, has made aged care reform a priority. We're investing $3.7 billion to deliver more aged care beds, more home care support and better care. It's not just a box-ticking exercise. We know that there is much more work to do, but we are working on it. In Bass, it's the access that particularly matters. It matters whether there's a suitable place close to home. It matters whether a family can visit without driving for hours. And it matters whether someone can stay connected to their community and the people that they love. But this investment is actually reaching Bass directly. At Respect Group's Fred French facility in Launceston, we've invested $2.84 million to convert an unused wing into an 11-bed memory support unit. At Calvary Sandhill in Launceston, we're investing $1.75 million to create a 12-bed memory support unit. And at Southern Cross Care in Low Head, a stunning location, we are investing $666,000 to refurbish 4 unused staff fillers, bringing those spaces back into service. They're not infrastructure projects to me. These are rooms where families will visit. They're places where people with complex needs will receive more appropriate care. And they're practical investments in dignity, safety and comfort. Too many families know the heartbreak of dementia. They know how hard it be to keep someone safe. And they know that love alone is not always enough. The families need specialist care. They need services that understand dementia and respond with patience, with skill and with compassion. I look forward to those rooms opening in the very near future. When we look at aged care, we know it's not just about residential care. For many older Australians, the strongest wish is simple. They want to stay at home, in their own bed, in their own chair, in their own garden, with their own community. We're working towards making that more realistic. From October 1st, our personal care services will be fully funded by Commonwealth for people who need that support. And these are not luxuries, and we know this. They're basic human needs. They go directly to dignity. The new Aged Care Act places the rights of older Australians at the very centre of that system. We've strengthened the quality standards and transparency. We've ensured more nurses in aged care homes, increased the care minutes and backed aged care workers with significant pay rises. It's the aged care workers that do essential work, and for far too long that work was very much undervalued. They were overlooked, they were poorly treated. But there is so much more that we need to do. We're working on it now. No one pretends that the aged care system can be fixed overnight, but we should recognise that progress is being made. We have more beds, we have more home care, we have more dementia support, more nurses, better pay for workers and real investments, particularly for me in Bass. Deputy Speaker, every Australian deserves to feel safe, supported and respected. And every family deserves confidence that their loved one is receiving high quality care. Every aged care worker deserves to be valued. And that is what the people of Bass deserve, and that is absolutely what we are working towards. Thank you.
I thank the member for Bass. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bowman.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. As the Shadow Assistant Minister for Disability and the NDIS and Mental Health, my phone has certainly been running hot over recent weeks with a lot of stakeholders in both areas who are deeply disappointed with the government's budget. Now, after denying reality on the NDIS for many years, this budget does demonstrate that Labor have finally recognised that the NDIS is not sustainable on its current growth trajectory. Now, the Coalition is prepared to work constructively with the government in relation to the NDIS reforms that have been, I suppose, built into the forward appropriation on this budget, but I'm highly sceptical of the Labor government's capacity to truly deliver the reform that the scheme needs. We've seen in the last quarterly report that the growth in the scheme is up from 10.3 to 11.3%. So it's getting worse as we go along, and that was despite the fact that the government had, at the start of this year, or start of this financial year, had a growth trajectory that they were trying to aim at 8%. Then it became 5%. Now they're sitting at 2%, and while they've been setting all these targets, it's actually been growing the wrong direction. And of course, they're failing to land many of the reforms that they promised previously that were going to bring this scheme under control. They've delayed the implementation of the ICANN tool, of course the Thriving Kids initiative, which is supposed to kick off in October. No stakeholders know anything about it. And of course, we've seen fraud, and the member for the Shadow Minister for the NDIS touched on the massive issues that we're seeing in fraud across the system and the government's inability to deal with those issues. Now, of course, many of the reforms that the government's now proposing are things that the Coalition has been supporting for years, including functional assessments, stronger registration, digital payment controls, and of course these are all measures that the Labor government and opposition have previously opposed. And our concern, of course, is that Labor is rushing cuts and eligibility tightening, while the real integrity reforms that we want to see in the scheme are going to be delayed for years and probably won't be fully implemented beyond the forwards of this budget. So the questions I have for the Minister, and I note that neither of the NDIS ministers are present here today, but I will ask, will the government detail how the projected $37.8 billion reduction in NDIS payment growth will be achieved? What specific assumptions are being made regarding participant numbers, plan growth, eligibility changes, foundational supports and fraud savings? When last in government, the Coalition was ready to launch a new digital payment system. It was something that the former Minister, Bill Shorten, threw straight in the bin. Is the government using that as a basis of the design of the new digital payment system? And how is the $300 million plus price tag on this initiative estimated? Given the change to functional assessments, how will the government define which children will be eligible for Thriving Kids support and what thresholds or assessment tools will be used? Will Thriving Kids access be based on functional assessments or on diagnosis? And with the October start date just around the corner, what is the specific design of the Thriving Kids initiative? And how will there be uniformity of implementation of services across each of the state jurisdictions? What specific services and supports will be delivered under the $3 billion foundational supports program outside the NDIS? And how will they differ from existing NDIS-funded supports? And how much of this funding is being directed towards the Thriving Kids initiative? These are the questions that stakeholders are asking, and I hope the government members are nimble enough to try to provide some level of answer tonight. In relation to mental health, this budget does not inspire confidence about the government's ambition for mental health reform. At a time when the sector is putting all hopes on the next National Mental Health and Suicide Prevention Agreement, the budget papers are remarkably thin and only gives more uncertainty. An only 12-month of extension of funding has been committed for the agreement. The government claims negotiations are ongoing, but there is no clear funding envelope in the forwards for the agreement to continue, let alone be expanded. That is concerning because demand for mental health services is, of course, rising. Providers are under pressure and too many Australians are still missing out on critical psychosocial supports. The last thing that anybody wants is vulnerable Australians falling through the cracks during periods of major system change. That's the worst possible time to get the settings wrong. The sector deserves far more certainty than what is being delivered through this budget. In relation to mental health, the questions that the sector and I are both crying out for is, given that many of the sector are pinning their hopes on a new, more ambitious agreement, why is the government not anticipating any new funding for the next years of the agreement? Does the absence of funding beyond 26-27 indicate the government has no ambition for a new mental health and suicide prevention agreement? Thank you.
And I thank the member for Bowman. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. When I was 21, I was playing in South Carolina. I went baseline on a guy, took off, went to dunk on him, he grabbed my shoulder, tore it right through, shredded my labrum, took out a couple of tendons, was out of the game for 9 months. I needed a full reconstruction. I went to sleep thinking I was getting a scope. I woke up. Parliament was very dangerous, Bass. I woke up and a bit of my career had disappeared. The scary thing was not the injury, and the scary thing was not the rehab, and the scary thing was not being unable to lift a 1 pound weight. The scary thing was the bill. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. Putting me asleep and waking me up alone cost my university $120,000. If I had been forced to pay for that, if my parents had been forced to pay for that, we would still be paying it off today. There is zero chance of us being able to clear that debt. I was lucky because I was injured in the course of fulfilling my duties to my school. Last week, Speaker, I had to get some more scans done, this time in Cairns. Don't let this fool you. I'm being held together by hope and duct tape. Free, completely bulk billed. The follow-up consultation, completely bulk billed. And that is the pride of Australia. There is a reason that the Medicare card is green and gold. It's because of who we are. I can show you them if you like. My back's out. It's a complete mess.
This isn't the place for a discussion across the floor of the chamber.
But the bulk billing is what has made Australia great. Because if you don't have your health, you don't have anything. And this $8.5 billion investment in bulk billing has made bulk billing more accessible for people right across the country, including 53 fully bulk billed GP clinics in my electorate of Leichhardt, including Cooktown, very regional, very remote, a lovely part of the world, used to be mixed billing, now bulk billing. And the reason for that is this investment that the medical community now has to commit to bulk billing, understanding that they won't be sought after or have their rebates frozen for time after time, effectively creating a pay cut, making it harder and harder for them to deliver for the communities that they love. And don't make any mistake about this, the medical community loves the communities they serve. They work long hours. The rural GP is a pride of place. It is something that people talk to. They become a leader within their community. And the work that this government has done, this Albanese Labor government, in restoring Medicare, in bringing Medicare back, has allowed those doctors to restore their pride of place within that community, to offer free Medicare-billed medical appointments. Because not everybody can afford a gap. And your health is what's important the most. In a region and area such as mine, there are some lower socioeconomic areas. They shouldn't have to compromise. They shouldn't have to look at themselves and go, do I go to the doctor this week or do I get food for the kids? Do I pay the school fees or the electricity bill, or do I make sure that my medicine is taken up? If you have got a chronic illness or mental health illness and you need that medicine on a monthly basis, we're here to help. The PBS changes, which freezes things in at 2004 levels, after my shoulder reconstruction, I was back in the league by then, makes life easier, gives people their dignity, lets them know that Australia cares for them. Because every single bulk billed patient is us telling the nation that we care for you, that we care for your health, that we care for your family, that we want to make sure that you get to be the very best version of yourself, because that's what Medicare can mean. It can mean the difference between an undiagnosed mental health illness that drags you into the dirt or living your best life. It can stop bronchitis becoming pneumonia and becoming something much, much, much worse. It means that we have the security and safety that our children will get the medical attention they need and they deserve. $8.5 billion is the best investment we've ever made. It's an investment in Australia, it's an investment in our future, it's an investment in our children. And I'm so very proud to be a part of a government that has delivered this for the nation.
And I thank the member for Leichhardt. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Speaker. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak on the Appropriation Bill number 12627, specifically regarding the Health, Disability and Ageing portfolio. Today I'd like to focus particularly on health expenditure. As Budget Paper number 4 states, the aim of this funding is to better equip Australia to meet current and future health needs through evidence-based health policy community. I welcome the much-needed investments in the budget for public hospitals, cheaper medicines, urgent care clinics and health and medical research. But in this budget there is also a missed opportunity to invest in common sense, evidence-based prevention policies that would improve the health and well-being of Australians, save lives, reduce pressure on hospitals and generate billions in savings. Australia is still fundamentally a treatment-focused system. Most health funding is spent after people get sick. Hospitals and Medicare dominate spending, while prevention remains only a fraction of total health expenditure. Yet, every dollar invested in prevention yields $14.30 in healthcare savings and broader economic benefits. Despite this, Australia only invests around 2% of our health budget in prevention, significantly less than comparable countries like the UK and Canada. And we know the consequences. Around 6.4 million hospitalisations each year, or 55% of total, are due to chronic diseases, costing about $82 billion annually. Half of these are preventable. Lost labour force participation from chronic disease is estimated to cost the economy more than $67 billion by 2030. Commonwealth health spending is projected to rise from 4.2% of GDP in 22-23 to 6.2% in 62-63. So why are we not seriously investing in chronic disease prevention measures? Modelling from 2018 suggests that banning junk food advertising on TV between 6 a.m. and 9:30 p.m. could generate $778 million in healthcare savings over the lifetime of the 2010 Australian population. The Australian Medical Association's modelling suggests a 20% reformulation level on sugar-sweetened beverages could raise $4 billion over 4 years. This could be invested into preventive health or other government services like education or disability support. The UK introduced their so-called industry levy on sugar-sweetened beverages in 2018, and importantly, the revenue raised from that levy goes to fund school sport programs. Australia is lagging behind on these policies. More than 130 countries around the world have adopted levies on sugar-sweetened beverages, and over 40 countries already regulate junk food advertising. As a result, these countries are seeing improved public health, including reduced obesity rates and decreased hospital visits. A well-designed gambling profits levy would also generate billions from the large profits of the gambling industry. Remember, the Murphy report recommended that we view the harms coming from gambling as a public health issue. These funds could be directed into public health campaigns, community support services, mental health care and addiction treatment. Reforming the wine equalisation tax into a volumetric tax model is sound tax policy that could reduce alcohol-related harm. The Productivity Commission has called for a national prevention and early intervention framework. Its chair called for this budget to commit $1.5 billion in evidence-backed preventive interventions, alongside a national partnership agreement to support intergovernmental collaboration. Too often, prevention misses out because short-term budget and political cycles favour short-term payoffs over long-term gains. But the stark reality is this: we cannot fund our way out of the growing demand without preventing illness in the first place. So I ask the Minister, if prevention saves lives, reduces hospitalisation and delivers strong returns, when will the government adopt these revenue-generating and budget-saving measures? And will the government commit to a dedicated national prevention and early intervention framework?
The member's time has expired, and I thank the member for McKellar. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I couldn't be prouder to stand here in this chamber to speak to the work the Albanese Labor government is doing to improve access to healthcare for Australians right across the country. I stand here today for one reason, and that is that Labor has always and will always fight for accessible healthcare. The PBS was first introduced by the chiefly Labor government in 1948, introducing a revolutionary principle to Australia, that no Australian should go without necessary treatment because of cost. In 2013, the Gillard Labor government introduced the NDIS, a generation-shaping reform to support Australians living with significant disability, their carers and families. In 1984, the Hawke Labor government established our universal healthcare scheme, Medicare. It's one of the reasons I joined the Australian Labor Party as a teenager, and today the Albanese Labor government has made record investments to Medicare because we know that access to affordable healthcare is in the interest of every single Australian. I know that for my community, this is making a real difference to people's lives. Deputy Speaker, I represent Melbourne's western suburbs, where you'll find some of the fastest growing communities in Australia. There are more than 50,000 families across the electorate and new ones being created every single day. And as families move in and build their futures, there's an increasing need for accessible healthcare services. Families deserve regular access to a GP appointment and not one that costs so much it turns people away. That's why I'm so proud of our Medicare bulk billing clinics. I'm so excited to report that in my community, there are now 24 Medicare bulk billing practices, up from 13 before our bulk billing changes were introduced. That means that at 75% of clinics in my electorate of Gorton, you can see a doctor for free. 75%. This is all thanks to Labor's record investment in Medicare, because it really does make a difference for busy families juggling supermarket shops, energy bills, rent, mortgage payments. Access to affordable, quality healthcare takes a huge load off the household budget and improves health outcomes for our community. It's why we've made medicines cheaper, capping the cost of PBS-listed medicines at just $25. In my electorate of Gorton, that's a total saving of more than $9.1 million. It's why we've doubled the number of medicines now available for a 60-day prescription as well, and why we've introduced more medicines to the PBS, including new contraceptives, because we know that women's healthcare matters and women deserve to have their health prioritised by their own government, something those opposite have not done before. We've added the first new contraceptive pills to the PBS in 30 years, and we've introduced new menopause treatments to the PBS, the first time in 20 years. We're ensuring better access to IUDs and birth control implants as well. This comes alongside our commitment to open 33 endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics right across the country, including one near my community in Werribee. Thanks to these initiatives, Australian women and their families will save thousands of dollars on health-related costs across their lifetime. Deputy Speaker, I also couldn't be prouder to be one of the youngest members of the House of Representatives, representing an electorate made up of young people. The median age of my electorate is 35 years old, just a little bit older than me. Our younger generations face unique pressures that our parents' generation did not experience, including increased rates of mental health issues. Access to mental health services is an issue raised with me by locals really regularly, and it's why we've launched our Medicare mental health check-in. This free service connects you with professional mental health support over the phone. For many in my community, a free service like this is a lifeline, and it's guided by the same principle that underlines every one of our government decisions on health. Healthcare should be there for when Aussies need it, regardless of your postcode or your bank balance. It's guided Labor governments for generations, and it continues to guide the decisions of the Albanese Labor government today, because we know that quality, accessible healthcare is not a privilege, it's a right for every Australian.
And I thank the member for Gorton. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, those members opposite talk about being the doyens of healthcare and providing health services to Australians. And there's one thing out of the budget that I think that I really need to point out to them. And I'm very pleased that the Assistant Health Minister is here, but I am very disappointed that her boss, the Health Minister, is not. Because one of the challenges that arose out of this budget was a ripping away of the private health insurance concessions for over 65s. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, you're probably a pretty similar vintage to me. You were told by successive governments, before you turn 30, get private health insurance. You'll get it at a concessional rate, provided you do it before you're 30. Pay your premiums. You'll have access to a cheaper form of private health insurance. You'll have the ability to be able to choose your doctor, go to a private hospital, and effectively be treated much more quickly than you would through the public system. And we relied on that representation, successive representations from successive governments, not an unreasonable expectation from the Australian people to rely on those representations. And yet, deep within the bowels of these budget documents lies the ripping away of these concessions for over 65s. And I got to tell you, Mr Deputy Speaker, I put out a petition a couple of weeks ago. More than 6,000 people have signed this petition. More than 6,000. I was at the Mullaney show on the weekend and people were coming up to me and complaining bitterly about the budget in general, but older people were talking to me about the ripping away of these concessions because it's just blatantly unfair. It is a breach of trust from this government. The whole budget is a breach of trust from this government. But specifically, now we're talking about health-related matters, it is specifically a breach of trust about how people chose, how people invested to care for their own private health needs. And it was an investment because we've effectively, we being the older generation, I suppose I'm in those ranks now, we made that decision decades ago and paid premiums for decades based on that assumption that future governments would abide by them. And now this Albanese Labor government has ripped that away from older people. And you might say, and I've heard those members opposite say, oh, it's only a couple of $100. Well, no, that's not right. If you are a couple and you happen to be on the gold standard of private health insurance, it's up to a little bit over, it's about $1,630 extra that these people have to find. And when they're on fixed incomes, it's really hard to find an extra $1,600 a year for your private health insurance. Really hard. And where, I'll take the interjection from those opposite saying shop around, where we have a situation where private hospitals, small private hospitals, particularly in rural and regional Australia, are saying if these changes are brought in, they're already doing it tough, some of these smaller private hospitals. If these changes are brought in and we see an exodus of people leaving the private health insurance once they once they're over 65, that will make their business models unviable, financially unviable. That means job losses. It means lack of access to health care rather than better access to health care, like those members opposite so often tell us that they're so good at. I don't understand, no one has been able to explain to me why this magic age of over 65, why is it a trigger? Why is it that when you need private health insurance the most as you get older and more frail, that this government is ripping away the access to private health insurance? So, Minister, why are you doing it?
The member's time has expired, and I thank the member for Fisher. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Ford.
Deputy Speaker, just to, I guess, to address a couple of things there immediately. In 5 minutes to be able to talk about the government's record on health, it's almost impossible. But I would just like to say a couple of things there. One is that the government is investing $25 billion extra in public hospitals to take the pressure off the public hospital system. You know, and the speaker before me mentioned a figure of $1,600. Well, if you're paying $100 for a shower when you're on an aged care package, which is what some people are doing at the moment, doesn't take that 16 showers before that $1,600 is used up. And so the government's decision to move showers from independent living into clinical care will actually save an enormous amount of money for not just pensioners but also self-funded retirees who desperately need that clinical care. But I think that that's because it is the Labor Party and only the Labor Party and this government that really has the values which Australian people want, which is why they consistently vote for parties that defend Medicare. Because it is in the values, inherent in the values of the Labor Party, inherent in the values of this government, And there are two things I'd like to say on that. One is no matter how hard workers fight on the shop floor for wages and conditions, which is something that they can achieve, there are some things that you need control of the government in order to be able to deliver for your community. And having control of the government to deliver good, affordable health care is one of those things. The other thing I would say is that the philosophy of the Albanese government really, I think, is summed up by two things I've heard the Prime Minister say recently. One is that nobody left behind and nobody held back. But also when he said, a lot more eloquently than I'm going to say it now, but when he said, when you come across a problem in policy, do you just throw your hands up and say, there's nothing I can do about it, I'm only the Prime Minister? And so I think it is in healthcare, in aged care and in disability care, we see a government that is prepared to make the tough decisions, but make them through Labor values, which is about making sure that our community is looked after and always kept front in mind. And that's why I think the decision, which was a tough one, it cost a lot of money to fix bulk billing. But we saw, I have never, in all the time that I've been a participant or an observer of Australian politics, seen a policy have such an immediate and positive impact as the tripling of the bulk billing rates for doctors who bulk bill. Because one night in November, overnight, we saw the number of, for example, in the electorate I represent in Ford, the number of bulk billing clinics more than doubled from 9 to 21. It is something which is on top of commitment to provide cheaper medicines. It is something that is on a commitment to spend more money for the PBS, to fund all of the medicines which the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee suggests need to be funded. And these are tough decisions that the government needs to make to be able to afford these things which benefit the whole community. Of course, it's not just in healthcare. As I said, it is in aged care and disability care as well. That we have in aged care one of the biggest demographic problems that an Australian society has ever faced. I don't know the numbers exactly, but these are the rough approximates, but to make the point that something like 10,000 people turned 80 in 2010. This year, something like 90,000 people are turning 80. And turning 80, and we're going to have that number again and again and again over the next 15 years or so. This is a cohort of people that have worked hard for this country, that deserve to have good, decent aged care. And it is, I think, that the decisions that the government has taken to see those waiting lists starting to come down in terms of assessments and those waiting lists coming down in terms of packages being funded, that we are seeing some real progress there, again founded in Labor values. And just finally, on disability, yet again, it was the NDIS which took a Labor government to introduce, and it's going to take a Labor government to fix, because all of those problems that we saw exist in 2018 as the NDIS began to grow just scaled up with the NDIS as the NDIS scaled up in itself. Problems that could have been dealt with easily in 2018 have been left to this government to deal with now, when they're going to have where they cause much more anxiety in the community than would have been if they were dealt with at the time. But again, it takes a Labor government to make tough decisions, but with a Labor heart, they are decisions which are grounded in what's best for the community. And I think that the government's record on health is an excellent one.
And I thank the actually quite eloquent member for Ford for their contribution. The question is that the proposed expenditure be agreed to, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, when we came to government in 2022, we had a situation where it had never been harder or more expensive to find a doctor. Bulk billing was in freefall after a decade of cuts and neglect, and that's why strengthening Medicare was such a key focus for our government. Now, today we've heard members opposite give an impression that they don't support Labor's investment in the Medicare urgent care clinic network. Staggering to hear this, given how successful and how important they've been, but also not surprising to notice their lack of enthusiasm when you look at their history and realise that it shouldn't be difficult for us to understand why they're coming at it the way they are. This is a coalition, when they were in government, that froze the Medicare rebate for several years, ripping billions of dollars from primary health care, proposing a co-payment to go and see your GP. That was under former Prime Minister Tony Abbott, the same person the Liberal Party has now appointed as their president. If that doesn't speak to their priorities, then I don't know what does. And then, of course, we had a period during the last election where, certainly in my electorate, the candidate for the Liberal Party couldn't say whether Medicare urgent care clinics would remain open, let alone remain free. Those opposite don't value Medicare, they never they don't understand the importance of access to affordable health care. The Labor Party does. We build it, we invest in strengthening Medicare, and what we have been able to deliver for Australians has made their lives easier. More than 3 million Australians have been able to visit a Medicare urgent care clinic, getting free access to urgent care. We've seen a significant increase in the number of bulk billing GP practices right around the country. There have been over 3,800 GP practices that have now moved to fully bulk billing, and that number continues to grow every week. 1st of November last year, of those 3,800, 1,400 were mixed billing. So we have seen a significant number of them move to fully bulk billing, and that is improving access to healthcare, not just in metro and urban areas, but in our regions, in our rural communities. We know that what this means now is that approximately 97% of the population are within a 20-minute drive of a bulk billing practice. This is helping more Australians afford the healthcare that they deserve. And we've also seen improvements in people being able to access cheaper medicines, with millions of Australians being able to access medicines capped at $7.70 if you hold a concession card, or $25 for other medicines listed on the PBS. We've also invested in the workforce. We value our staff and those who contribute to the Australian health sector. We've invested over $662 million, and that workforce package is supporting people right across regional parts of our country to participate in GP training, and by 2028 we will fund 2,000 new GP trainees every year. And we are delivering these courses from regional universities. In my own home state of Tasmania, you can now do end-to-end training at campuses in Burnie, Hobart and Launceston. And that is really important for us to be able to grow our own workforce and for them to remain working, particularly in our regional communities. I'm also really proud of the work we've done in women's health. This has been a significant commitment, nearly $800 million, that has supported women right around our country to be able to afford the medicines that previously were not listed on the PBS, to be able to access the care they need through our endometriosis and persistent pelvic pain clinics. All 33 of those clinics that we promised are now open. We've also been able to launch a menopause and perimenopause public awareness campaign, destigmatising a thing that happens to every single Australian woman, and being able to improve their access to good, accurate information about where they can access the help that they need. We are investing in aged care, providing dignity to older Australians, making sure that they are able to access the care that they need as they get older in their own community. The funding that we've provided in this budget of $3 billion is on top of other commitments that we've made in previous budgets. There's also been a significant investment in reform in the NDIS. We know that the system has not been working for Australians, and that is why we are working very hard to improve it, to make sure that it is and remains one of Australia's greatest human rights achievements. It is a great reform, and we are committed to strengthening it to make sure that Australians who rely on it can continue to access it. Mr Deputy Speaker, the budget investment that we have been able to deliver in health for our community is not only good for the individual Australians who rely on it, but it is good for our entire economy. It improves access to participation, and I really do feel very proud to be a part of a government that values health in the way that ours does.
And I thank the Assistant Minister. In accordance with the resolution agreed to by the House on the 28th of May 2026, I'll now put the question that the proposed expenditure for the Health, Disability and Ageing portfolio be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. I give the call to the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I seek leave of the Federation Chamber to move that further consideration of the bill be made an order of the day at the next sitting.
Thank you. Is leave granted?
Leave granted. I second the motion.
And I thank the member for Flynn. The member for Brisbane.
I move that further consideration of the bill be made an order of the day for the next sitting.
Thank you. So the question before the Federation Chamber now is that debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. The member for Brisbane.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Is the motion seconded? And I think the member for Flynn. The question now is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, Wednesday, the 3rd of June 2026.